Hello, good morning. Hello there, good morning. How are you doing? Hello everybody. Good morning. How are you doing today?
Morning, teacher.
Hello,
Good
Paula. How
morning.
are you? Hello,
And
everyone.
thank you.
I'm doing okay, thanks. Cold morning, huh? Or is it not so cold where you are? Okay, let's have a quick review. Sorry, a sneeze, a morning sneeze. Why not? Okay, let's have a quick review of a few things that we were checking out in a previous class, okay? So, let's see. As you might remember, in these last classes, we've been talking about time and how to talk about time. Of course, this is something that you have studied in different aspects for a long time now. Well, you've always been speaking about past, present, future. That's right. But we have delved a little bit deeper into the expressions that we use for the past, and also we have learned different types of future, right? I mean, you learned the future simple in previous courses, and what we reviewed this year about, I mean, not, I mean, in this course about the the use of will, the use of be going to, the use of the present continuous. Well, all of those things you already studied in previous courses, but we did a recheck this in this course, and I think that was useful. But additionally, we also started taking a look at the future continuous or progressive, which is the same, and the future perfect. Now, this vocabulary, knowing well, what is future perfect, what is future continuous, it's useful. It's useful to a degree. But what is most important is that you are able to use these things naturally, right, as you would use them in Spanish, because we have the same things in Spanish and we use them, right? And well, in order to do that, in order to achieve that, you need practice, right? Practice makes perfect. But knowing the things from the get-go, understanding them to start with, does help. It will help you to incorporate these things when you speak. All right, but don't forget to actually do it. Okay, don't forget. A very common mistake, even for advanced learners, sometimes is forgetting to use the tenses, right? Like, for example, saying everything in present when actually you are speaking in the past, for example, but you're using every verb like in the base form. Things like that are things that we have to be aware of. Okay, and again, as I said, it's pretty much a matter of practice. Okay, it's pretty much a matter of practice. Okay, let me just set a more human name in there because Zoom 383. Okay, good. All right, now let's then, there's a video that I want to show you. So let's get into that. Let's get into that. All right. Or maybe just before we see the video, let's take a little look at a quick review of things. Okay, just a very quick review. Okay, let me share the screen with you. And there we go. All right. So let's say,
Good morning, teacher.
good morning. How are you doing? Okay, so a quick review. So again, speaking about the future, right? Speaking about the future. Let's go into future simple. future progressive or continuous, which is the same, you know. And we also have the future perfect, right? Now, let's see. So future simple, basically, what is the structure here? What is the structure that we use for this one? So, you know, there are,
Subject,
yes, the subject plus, sorry.
will or
Will
will or
base form. No.
Yes, that's right. Could be will and the base form. Excellent. And as you're also mentioning, you also have, they're not exactly considered the future simple, but
going
yes,
to
yes, exactly. We also have for the same use as the future simple, we have these other structures that are actually a form of present continuous. But let's say, okay, present continuous used for the future, or the future simple also, right? So yeah, exactly. We have, as you said, subject plus be going to plus again, well, it's right here, just verb in base form. Plus again the verb in the base form, or directly the present continuous, right? Which would be subject plus the verb, I'm sorry, subject plus is, or are, right? Depending on the subject, of course, plus the verb with ing, right? So, great. Let's write a few examples of this. For example, would you give me an example of this structure of the future simple? Subject plus will plus verb in the base form. Well, and all of them would also have, of course, a complement, right? That always go, well, not always, it's not always necessary, but it is very, very common to have a complement there. So, can you think of any example using will? Using will.
Tom will visit you tonight.
Awesome. Tom will visit you tonight. Great. That's awesome. Now, let's use an example using be going to. Anybody? So this one was great. Can anybody think of an example using be going to?
Tom is going to visit you tonight.
Yeah, it could be. That's right. It could be. That's right. You might use that one, the same one. Tom is going to visit you tonight. All right, very good. And since we're going in that direction, let's use the same thing. Let's use the same thing for the last one. Just directly the present continuous, right? So this could be something like Tom is visiting what was that? Visiting you tonight, right? So you know, this would be the subject, Tom. The is would be the am, is, or are, depending on what the subject is. And since the subject is Tom here, which is equivalent to he, well, he, she, or it goes with is, right? And the verb with ing, visiting, right? And the complement would be you tonight. Great. Okay, awesome. Now, let's remember a little bit of the differences. When do we use each one? Okay, let's highlight this a little bit more with a lighter color. Okay, I think that looks a little bit better. Well, not exactly. Apparently the color of choice is going to be the same. All right, now What do we use this structure for? Do you remember? With will. What are the uses of will? What do we use it for?
We use will for spontaneous decisions, promises, and predictions.
Awesome. Very good. So we use this structure for spontaneous decisions, promises, and predictions. Excellent. Very good. Just a little parenthesis here. Notice that if we were making a list in Spanish, si estuviéramos haciendo una lista similar a esta en español, antes del I, antes de la Y, ¿no? No usaríamos una coma, ¿no? En español. Pero en inglés sí se usa esa coma antes del and y se le conoce como la coma Oxford. Toda una larga historia. También algunos prescinden de ella, pero en casi todos los textos que he leído está, ¿no? Right? So just a little difference there between Spanish and English, just so you know. All right, excellent, great. So these are the uses. This is what we actually use it for. Very good. Now, what do we use the be going to for? What is this one used for? What are the uses of this one?
For plans and predictions.
Yes, awesome. Great. So for plans and predictions. Great, great. So predictions can be used with, can either be set with will or with be going to, same thing. All right, very good, great. Now, what do we use directly, the present continuous, the regular present continuous without be going to? Notice that I put them in the same place because is going to, this part is also a present continuous, right? Is going. This is present continuous. It is just that you also add the other, I mean, you always have the verb going in this case, and you also have an additional verb. So it is kind of like its own thing. Es como su propia cosa, medio sui generis, ¿no? Sui generis, indicando que es como único, ¿sí? Como algo que es su propio género, si se quiere, ¿no es cierto? Right, very good. Okay, good. And but we also have the regular present continuous, which is just to be plus a verb with ing, right? And we also use this for the future. All right. So what is this one used for? The regular present continuous. When we're speaking about the future, of course.
For future arrangements.
Awesome. For future arrangements. Very good. You make me proud, girls. Future arrangements. Great. Very good. So when you have everything already set up and going, when everything is ready to go, then we're going to be using the present continuous directly, right? Directly for future arrangements. And of course, you also, just to remember, it is also for things that are happening now, which you already, things that are happening now. Now, the moment you speak, I mean, and also, but since we're speaking about the future, also for future arrangements, which would be the most important thing right now. All right, very good, awesome, very good, very good. Now, what is the structure of this one? What is the structure of the future progressive or continuous? What is the structure of this one?
Subject plus will be.
Aha, you're always going to have will be.
Plus the gerund.
Yes.
And complement.
Correct. Absolutely perfect. Yes, great. That is the thing. So in this case, yeah, that is the thing. Will be. We always use be in this one, right? Because it is a progressive or continuous. Whenever you use progressive tenses or continuous tenses, which are the same, in English, you are all, and also in Spanish, actually, you're always going to have a form of be. So present continuous, she is working, is a form of be. Past continuous, she was working, was is a form of be. And in the future, will be. Because don't forget this, after modals, let's put it here. just a little reminder. After modals, what are modals? Can, could, would, should, might, sorry, what was that? Might, may, must, shall, and others, and will. Will is also a modal. So whenever you have a modal, the verb that comes right after the modal, like for example in this case, has to go in the base form. So be, the base form of be is of course be. Okay? So remember, after modals, can, could, would, should, might, may, must, shall, will, you, whenever a verb comes right after this one, which is usually the case, then it's always going to be in the, always, there is no exception for this, which is good to know. It's always going to be in the base form. No participle, no past simple, no gerund, just the base form. The one that comes right after this, right? The one that comes right after this. So in this case as well, will be. But then after be is in the base form because it comes after will. But after be, the next verb is a gerund, meaning a verb with ing. In other words, a verb with ing, right? Let's put the same, let's put the same nomenclature here just so we don't get any confusion or whatever. Okay, very good. And plus the complement. You know, in some of the ones above, I didn't write that, just in case, let's do it. So the complement. The complement is not always indispensable. There are some times that you don't use a complement, right? Yes, I will go. Right? I will go, and that's it. And you don't need and you don't use the complement. But in most cases, you do use a complement, right? So, okay, very good. So yeah, and would you give me? Let's use the same Tom example. Okay, let's use the same Tom example. So, how would you make the sentence with Tom, but this time using the future continuous?
Tom will be visiting you at around 6 p.m.
All right, awesome. Tom will be visiting you at around 6 p.m. Very good, sorry. So, will be visiting you at around 6 p.m. Te va a estar visitando alrededor de las 6 p.m., ¿no? En este caso hay una sutil diferencia con te visitará, que sería el will visit you. Pero en algunos casos la diferencia es más notoria. Recuerden, es acerca del proceso, ¿no es cierto? And then we also have the future perfect. So what is the structure for the future perfect?
Subject plus will have and plus past participle of the verb and complement.
Yes, awesome. Verb in past participle plus the complement. Awesome, great. Yep, excellent. So here's the thing. Notice that since will is a modal verb, then what is the form of have? What is the form of have? It is in the base form, right? It comes after will, so it must go in the base form. But so it doesn't matter if this is he. For example, Tom, we'll see in just a moment. It doesn't have to be Tom will has, which is a mistake that sometimes we make, right? A veces cometemos ese error porque pensamos, como es Tom, es he, debería ser Tom will has, porque para he, she, it se usa has, pero ya no cuando tenemos will, ¿sí? Si tengo will, eso toma prioridad, digamos, tiene una jerarquía más alta en las reglas, ¿sí? Después de un modal, de un verbo modal como los que ya dije, can, could, should, would, will, etc. So, después de will, tengo que usar el verbo en forma base. Now, what comes after have? Después del have, que está en su forma base, well, after have, usually in English, we have verbs in participle, and that's what makes the perfect tenses, right? Present perfects. I have seen you. Yo te he visto. Participle, visto. Remember that? Okay. Yo te había visto. Pasado perfecto. I had. En ese caso ya no es have, sino had. H-A-D. I had seen you. Yo te había visto. But future perfect. I will have seen you. yo te habré visto, ¿sí? Futuro perfecto. Entonces, los perfectos en español siempre tienen el haber. Yo he, yo había o yo habré. Tú has, tú habías o tú habrás, ¿no es cierto? Y un participio igual que en español. We also have the same thing in Spanish. All right, very good. And so let's do the Tom example. Let's do the Tom example again, but this time in future perfect. So Tom.
Tom will have visited you
Uh-huh.
at 6 p.m.
Yes. Will have visited you. That's right. Let's just that was great. Let's to make it even more natural. Let's just make a little change by 6 p.m. Okay, but that was great though. That was great. So it was correct. But this way it sounds even more precise. Let's say. Okay, so for the case being, Tom te habrá visitado para las 6 p.m. ya te habrá visitado. O sea, a esa hora él ya te habrá visitado. Ya te visitó antes de eso, ¿no? All right, very good. Now, great. So this is the thing. So what do we use? The future progressive or continuous form. It's not so hard to understand, but sometimes this is a little bit hard to define. Okay? So the easiest way of saying this is things that will be happening. So in progress. They will be in progress in the future. Okay? So things that will be happening, they will be in progress in the future. And the future perfect is for things that will have happened. Noten, estoy usando la misma forma gramatical para definir para qué sirve, ¿no? Porque de hecho es difícil no hacerlo. Things that will have happened, will be already finished. Ya estarán terminadas. Finished in the future. Cosas que ya se habrán hecho, cosas que ya estarán terminadas en el futuro, ¿no es cierto? So yeah, that is a little recap of these things. Una pequeña recapitulación del futuro. Just a little recap of the future. This is something we already saw in the previous classes, right? But anyway, this file might serve you as a little summary of the future in English, okay? It sounds a little bit mysterious, right? Okay, good. But as you can see, como podemos ver, just let me save this, just a second. Because I'll also upload this file to the campus, okay? It might be useful to you. Yeah, then I'll put it in a better place, but for now, that's it. All right, so notice that Spanish and English anyway are not so different. I mean, the only thing that is really different here, la única cosa que es bastante diferente aquí en todo este uso del futuro entre el español y el inglés es esto de usar el presente continuo para futuro, ¿no? Yo estoy comiendo. Eso es, en español solo me sirve para decir lo que está pasando este rato, que en inglés también uso el presente continuo para esto, ¿no? Pero en inglés se podría decir, I'm eating at 8. Digamos que este rato son las 4 de la tarde. Yo digo, I'm eating at 8. Estoy comiendo a las 8. En español, bueno, esta es la cosa. En español sí tengo una diferencia. Ahí el español sería como decir, yo como a las 8, estoy comiendo a las 8, ¿no? Así es que es una cosa temporal. Pero en inglés eso me puede servir para el futuro. En español no, ¿no? I'm eating at 8 es como decir, voy a comer a las 8, ¿no? But that is the only one that is really different. Sorry, I didn't notice the camera was weird. So that is the only one that is really different, right? Tom will visit you tonight. Tom te visitará esta noche. Tom is going to visit you tonight. Esto es interesante porque en Cuenca decimos algo así. Tom te está yendo a visitar esta noche. En España nadie lo diría de esa manera, pero más bien coincide que como hablamos nosotros, pues se dice algo parecido en inglés, ¿no? Tom is going to visit you tonight. ¿Sí? Saltémonos el presente continuo, que es el único raro desde la perspectiva del español, ¿no? So, future progressive or continuous. Tom will be visiting you at around 6 p.m. Tom te estará visitando. Decimos igualito en español. Estará. Will be. Es el futuro de estar, ¿no es cierto? Tom will be visiting, visitando. ING es igualito que en español, ¿sí? And Tom, the future perfect. Tom will have visited you by 6 p.m. Tom te habrá visitado para esa hora, para las 6 de la tarde, ¿no? So, also very similar to Spanish, both in structure and in use. Tanto en estructura como en uso, son muy, muy similares. You know, in a way, I've told you this before, but anyway, in a way, it's very lucky. In a way, it's very lucky that if we have to learn a language, if there's a language we must learn, it's English. I mean, from the perspective of a Spanish speaker. You know why? Because, as a matter of fact, as different as they are not that different. They are not so different. Even the Indo-European languages, los idiomas indoeuropeos, como se les conoce a idiomas, los idiomas de origen europeo principalmente y también de la zona del Asia Menor, como, bueno, obviamente el español, Spanish, English, German, French, all of those languages, as though they are different, they do have lots of similarities. They are all focused, including Spanish and English, in time. Se centran mucho en los tiempos, ¿no? In tenses. There are languages that are like Korean. Do you know that in Korean they don't have verb conjugations? En el coreano no hay conjugaciones verbales, el verbo es siempre igual. Por un lado más fácil, pero por otro lado piensen en los artificios que tienen que usar para poder expresar el tiempo, ¿no? Para poder decir cuándo pasó algo, si fue ayer, o si será mañana, o si es hoy, ¿sí? O si está pasando este rato. ¿De qué forma lo hacen? O sea, es todo otro mundo, ¿me comprenden? It's pretty different. O a veces la misma concepción mental que tenemos del tiempo varía culturalmente. Y si bien es cierto, los idiomas son el reflejo de la cultura, los idiomas afectan a la cultura también y a nuestro modo de pensar, which is interesting, right? Which is pretty interesting. Por eso, siempre es un buen ejercicio aprender no solo un idioma, sino más, si es que hay el chance, right? But anyway, notice this, for example. Si ustedes piensan en pasado, me salgo un ratito, pero solo para hacerles notar algo, just to make you notice something. If you think about the present, the past, and the future, let's suppose I'm going to step like this. Can you see me? I'm going to be showing you my profile, not my front. Okay? Can you see me?
Yes, teacher.
All right, good. So where would you set the so let's suppose this is the present, okay? I am in the present, and that is true. But where is the future? Where is the future? Is it in front of me or is it behind me?
Behind.
Behind you. Behind of you.
Where is the future?
In front.
In front of you.
Yeah, that's right. The future,
front.
in our conception, probably the future is in front of me, right? The future is what's ahead. El futuro es lo que me depara, ¿no es cierto? La vida. El futuro es lo que está adelante, pues, ¿no es cierto? Right? And where is the past? Where is the past?
Behind you.
Yeah, it's behind me, right? The past is behind me. I left the past behind and I am moving forward. Dejé el pasado adelante y me estoy moviendo hacia adelante, hacia el futuro, pues, ¿no es cierto? I left the past behind, I am in the present, and I am moving towards the future. And that makes sense, of course. That makes sense. Tiene sentido, ¿no es cierto? That makes sense. And that determines a lot of the way we think and also the way we speak, right? And it's not so different in Spanish and English. In Spanish and English, we have the same conception, and that is reflected into the language. And also the language affects the way we think. Also, it's a back and forth process, you see? Okay, now, think about this. You know, what was the people who lived here in Cuenca, in this area, in Tomebamba, Tumipamba, in Guapondelic, who were the people who lived here before the Spaniards, the Spanish people, antes de los españoles, and before the Incas? Who was here in Cuenca before the Incas?
Cañaris.
Yes, correct. Ah, that's right. The Cañari were here. The Cañari people, los Cañaris, the Cañari people lived here. Now, think about this. We usually tend to think like this, right? The present is here, the future is here, the past is here, right? The past I left behind and I am moving towards the future. But for them, it's not like that. They think that this is the future, that the future is here. Well, the present is still here, right? We are in the present. Para ellos igual el presente está aquí. Por eso también es interesante. Hay otras culturas que tienen una cosmovisión cíclica. En fin, una serie de cosas, ¿no? But for the Cañari, for example. So they think that we are here in the present, same as us, lo mismo que nosotros. But they think the future is here. They think the future is here, and they think the past is here. Weird, right? That's pretty strange, right? What do you think? So
Definitely.
yeah, that's right. But you know why? You know why is this? Why do you think it is this way? So yeah, according to them, yeah, this is the future and this is the past. This is the past and this is the future. Weird, right? That's strange. However, you know why they think this way? Because according to them, the past is what you already know. El pasado es lo que ya conocemos. El pasado es lo que ya hemos visto. We have seen the past. Entonces, lo que yo tengo frente a mí es lo que veo, es lo que conozco. Y nosotros ya vivimos el pasado, ya lo conocemos, pues, ¿no es cierto? We know the past. So we sort of, in a way, see the past. We can see the past because we know it. I can see the past. However, ¿conocen ustedes el futuro? ¿Saben lo que el futuro les depara? Podemos predecir un poco, pero ¿saben a ciencia cierta qué va a pasar en el futuro? ¿Saben a ciencia cierta si vamos a terminar la clase hoy o se nos va a ir la luz o el internet? ¿Saben a ciencia cierta si dentro de 3 días seguiremos aquí o a lo mejor ya se acaba la pandemia o no sé? Do you know that for sure?
No.
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 Not really, right? We don't know that. We don't know that. So we cannot see the future. And since we cannot see the future, according to them, the future is here. And we are kind of like in life, in time, we are walking backwards. Como que hablando de tiempo, hacia dónde vamos, estamos caminando de espaldas, porque estamos yendo hacia el futuro que es incierto. No vemos hacia dónde vamos, simplemente ahí estaremos. Y ya conforme vayamos convirtiendo ese futuro en pasado, pues iremos sabiendo, ¿no es cierto? Como ir caminando de espaldas. No sé hacia dónde voy, pero ya al ir caminando, pues ya voy viendo dónde he estado, ¿cierto? So it also makes sense, right? También tiene sentido. It also makes sense if you think of it that way. And that is reflected in their language. And that conception, that philosophical conception, if you will, of time is reflected in the way they speak. And it makes sense. Y tiene sentido. Para ellos tiene sentido. So, but from our perspective, it can be a lot harder for a Spanish speaker. It can be a lot harder to learn Cañari than it is to learn English. You see? Sin embargo, claro, para nosotros podría resultar bastante más complicado aprender Cañari que aprender inglés. No solo por las razones culturales de que estamos bombardeados del inglés en los medios y en todas las cosas, que también ayuda, sin duda ayuda, ¿no? O que hemos tenido inglés desde la escuela, sino también estas otras cosas hacen que para nosotros sería bastante más complicado el aprenderlo, ¿no? En la India, originalmente, in India, they have a cyclical perception of time. They believe in reincarnation and all of that. So that is also reflected, that gets also reflected in the way they think about time. So all of these I say because I just wanted to make you think a little bit about it, to make you think a little bit about the fact that, well, the human mind can think in very different ways, and different cultures have different perceptions, not just about time, but about many things. But I use the time example because Spanish and English are languages that focus a lot in time. Unlike Korean, for example, a diferencia del coreano, right? So we have languages that focus a lot in time and tenses, en los tiempos gramaticales. And we have the same tenses in Spanish and in English. The present continuous, the future perfect, the past simple, blah, blah, blah. We have the same tenses and modes. Tenemos los mismos tiempos y modos, pues, ¿no es cierto? So that's interesting. That's a reflection on the way we think. And therefore, if you have to learn a language, probably English is one of the not so difficult ones. Tal vez el inglés, no digo que no sea difícil, no digo que no sea un reto, no estoy minimizando el esfuerzo que, por ejemplo, ustedes han hecho al aprender todo el inglés que ya saben, no es esa mi idea, ¿no? Yo sé que no es tan fácil, right? I know it takes lots of practice and lots of hours spent. Esos cursos que les dicen, aprende inglés en 3 meses, son una completa estafa, por supuesto. Entonces, no estoy minimizando su esfuerzo al haber aprendido todo lo que han aprendido. Han estado horas de horas expuestos al inglés, estudiando inglés, sí. Pero aún así, a lo que voy es a que si un idioma teníamos que estudiar, pues posiblemente el inglés no es de los más difíciles, gracias a su semejanza en gran parte con el español, ¿sí? Su semejanza estructural fundamental. Of course, it also has differences, like the one we said about the present continuous used for the future. We don't have that in Spanish, right? But anyway, just a little bit of food for thought. That's an expression in English, food for thought, like comida para el pensamiento, no? Just a little bit of info to make you think about it. Right? So luckily we don't have to learn Chinese, for example. That's very, very different. It even has a different written system and everything. So that would be very complex. Anyway, let's Mandarin Chinese, which is the most common one. But anyway, so just a little parenthesis there. Now, let's take a look at a video, okay? There's a video that I want to show you. So let's go into that. Just a second here. You know, computers, sometimes they are faster, sometimes they are slower. I started loading it at the beginning of the class, but then the program quit. But we're almost there. Just a second. And as soon as it is ready, I'm gonna share the screen with you. Well, we are just a little parenthesis until this is ready. We are in the intermediate 3 course, so that is one of the reasons why I'm. Sorry, just a second.
And some managed to
Go back
predict
a little bit. Can you see the YouTube screen right now?
Yes,
Yes,
teacher.
yes.
All
Yes,
right,
teacher.
and can you hear the audio?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So what I was saying is that since we are in the intermediate 3 level, I am usually speaking in English, you know, and that is what is supposed to be done. But even if you don't fully understand every little thing that I say, aunque no comprendan hasta cada detallito de lo que digo, de todas maneras es buena la práctica de estar expuesto al idioma inglés, ¿no? Right? Listen to my cadence and pronunciation and everything else, okay? Incluso si no logran entender cada detalle de lo que digo, cada partecita, ¿sí? Y para las cosas más críticas, digamos, lo que va en los deberes, yo sé que eso cuenta mucho, ¿no? En términos prácticos, pues procuro de todas formas reforzar un poquito con español a ratos, en caso de que yo sé que muchos de ustedes tienen un listening excelente y están entendiendo todo lo que digo, pero posiblemente algunos de ustedes luchan un poquito más con la parte del listening. Inclusive gente que a veces lee y entiende muy bien lo que lee, a veces lucha un poco con el listening. Cada quien tiene distintas fortalezas, pues, ¿no? Entonces, por eso hago a ratos un poquito eso. So bear that in mind. Entonces, si es que me están oyendo hablar mucho en inglés, no se asusten tanto, porque recuerden que las partes más clave del curso, de todas maneras, estoy procurando que queden muy, muy claras por ese otro lado también. Y si es que ustedes me entienden perfectamente en español, no se abomben, digamos en inglés, no se abomben mucho de que hablo un poco en español también de rato en rato, porque también es por ese motivo, ¿no es cierto? So I'm trying to make it fair for everybody. Okay, now, having said that, let's take a look at this video. So, first of all, take a look at the title of the video. 6 people who predicted the future with stunning accuracy. All right, do you know what is the meaning of accuracy, the last word in there?
Exactitud.
Yes, correct. Exactitud. Precisión. That's right. That's accuracy. Very good. And do you know what is the meaning of stunning? Stunning. 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 That is
Impresionante.
yeah, that's right. Impresionante, asombroso. It's similar to amazing in a way, but more like the shock, right? That's right. Impresionante. Impresionante, asombroso. Very good. So with the stunning accuracy. Okay, good. Let's take a look then. We're not gonna show. I'm not gonna show.
Hi, welcome to another Cold Fusion video. As everyone knows, from the perspective of humans, time only moves in one direction, and it's incredibly hard to predict the future. But over the years, there's been a select few who have managed to do this, and some managed to predict up to 100 years in the future with chilling accuracy. I wanted to do something fun for today's episode, so today we'll take a look at some of these fascinating cases.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Our first visionary needs no introduction. It's Nikola Tesla, a Serbian-American inventor, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, and futurist, was instrumental in the development of AC power, motors, wireless communication, and too much to mention without bogging down this video. He stated the following: as early as 1898, I proposed to representatives of a large manufacturing concern the construction and public exhibition of an automobile carriage which, left to itself, would perform a great variety of operations involving something akin to judgment. This description does sound something like a self-driving car. When they're navigating a road, they do have to make split-second decisions on how to proceed, which very well could be likened to a form of judgment. In 1926, Tesla also described wireless devices that would incorporate video and telephone technology and work over a network very much like the internet. Quote, "When wireless is perfectly applied to the whole Earth, we shall be able to communicate with one another instantly, irrespective of distance. Not only this, but through television and telephony, we shall see and hear one another as perfectly as though we were face to face, despite distances of thousands of miles. And the instruments through which we shall be able to do this will be amazingly simple compared to our present telephone. A man will be able to carry one in his vest pocket." End quote. This sounds a lot like video calling and smartphone communication. Of course, 100 years ago, simple long-distance calling didn't even exist. Tesla, once again, proved to be far ahead of his time.
Question: have you heard of Nikola Tesla before? Did you know this guy?
Yes.
Yes.
Probably you did, right? He's become like real an internet phenomenon. Se ha convertido en un fenómeno del internet in recent years, which is pretty fair. En todo caso, es bastante justo. You know, up until the 90s, everybody knew Edison, right? Everybody knew who Thomas Alva Edison was, the inventor of the light bulb, el inventor del foco, no? So everybody knew who Edison was, but few people knew Tesla. And that's very unfair because he was also a genius and a very big genius for that matter, right? So the alternate current, before him, we only had the direct current, right? And with only direct current, if we continue to use that with the amount of people that there is now and the amount of electricity that we consume, if we didn't have the AC current, the alternate current, our sky would be filled with wires, with cables. El cielo estaría lleno, ya no viéramos el sol de tantos cables si siguiéramos usando con los requerimientos actuales solo la energía directa, ¿no? De la corriente directa, perdón. So, direct current, which was Edison's thing. Edison was also a genius, but anyway. But Tesla came up with the alternate current, with the Tesla coil, la bobina Tesla. Maybe you've seen some documentaries about this or videos or things like that, and many other things. And also, the energy-saving light bulbs, los focos ahorradores que recién hace poco empezaron a estar en uso, they were his invention as well, hace casi 100 años, ¿sí? So, That's the thing. And think about the things that he thought out for the future. He also had the idea for wireless electricity. Él también tenía la idea de la electricidad inalámbrica, which would be pretty much amazing. Por ejemplo, un foco que no se tenga que conectar a una rosca ni nada, sino que pueda funcionar en cualquier momento porque tendríamos electricidad que estuviera viajando por el aire. Él tenía esa idea con voltajes bajos y alguna cuestión. ¿Sí? But anyway, eso nunca llegó a pasar, but anyway. All right, let's continue. So, some of his predictions for the future. Based on the video, can you tell me some of his predictions? What did he predict for the future that we have now? What do you think? Not sure? Let's hear again. Okay, let's hear again.
Our first visionary needs no introduction. It's Nikola Tesla, a Serbian-American inventor, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, and futurist, was instrumental in the development of AC power, motors, wireless communication, and too much to mention without bogging down this video.
Wireless. What is the meaning of wireless?
Inalámbrico.
Inalámbrico.
Yeah, correct. Very good, excellent. Because wire, alambre. Wireless sería como sin alambre, menos alambre. So, inalámbrico. Yes, correct. Wireless.
He stated the following. As early as 1898, I proposed to representatives of a large manufacturing concern the construction and public exhibition of an automobile carriage which, left to itself, would perform a great variety of operations involving something akin to judgment. This description does sound something like a self-driving car. When they're navigating a road, they do have to make split-second decisions on how to proceed, which very
So nowadays, well, they're not massively produced because it would be too expensive, but nowadays there are self-driving cars. Hoy por hoy tenemos carros que se conducen a sí mismos with computers and cameras, right? And they are not massively produced, no son producidos masivamente porque it would be extremely expensive, right? But you know, sometimes things that are extremely expensive in a moment, then they become less expensive because of technology and social changes. Like for example, now everybody has a smartphone, right? That was impossible in the first days of the smartphone, right? It was unthinkable of because they were too expensive. Costaban $2,000 cada uno. Entonces era impensable. Y además, también los requerimientos sociales, ¿no? Este rato no nos parece tan descabellado gastar, qué sé yo, $500 en un celular, cuando en otro momento hubiera sido, estás loco, ¿cómo vas a gastar tanta plata en un teléfono? ¿No es cierto? Right? Entonces también hay cambios tecnológicos y culturales. Or the computer, right? Not everybody had a computer at home. The first Apple computer, the Apple II, la Apple II costaba, no, la Apple I, perdón. The first Apple computer, it costed like $7,000, and this was in the 80s. Costaba como $7,000 y en los 80s. Entonces, no era muy accesible para la mayor parte de la gente, ¿no? Aquí, había quienes la tenían, pero era un lujazo. Hoy por hoy, laptop en la casa o computadora en la casa, no todo el mundo la tiene, pero es algo muchísimo más frecuente. It's something much more common, all right? It's something much more common. Anyway, so self-driving cars. Not everybody has them, but they exist, pero existen. And in the future, probably, that is my prediction, in the future, they might be much more common for everybody. Okay, so Tesla thought about this. He thought about intelligent cars in 1911. En 1911 pensó en esto, right? I think that was the thing.
well could be likened to a form of judgment. In 1926, Tesla also described wireless devices that would incorporate video and telephone technology.
So in 1926, he thought about wireless devices, dispositivos inalámbricos, right? That it would incorporate telephone and video technology, tecnología de fotografía y de video. El cine mismo era una cosa súper nueva en estas épocas, ¿sí? Ya existía el cine, ¿sí? Pero era extremadamente novedoso. La televisión no existía. Entonces, imagínense en todo lo que él ya estaba pensando en esa época, right?
And work over a network very much like the internet.
And working over a network similar to the internet. So he thought about something like the internet in 1926.
Quote, "When wireless is perfectly applied to the whole Earth, we shall be able to communicate with one another instantly, irrespective of distance. Not only this, but through television and telephony, we shall see and hear one another as perfectly as though we were face to face, despite distances of thousands of miles. And the instruments through which we shall be able to do this will be amazingly simple compared to our present telephone. A man will be able to carry one in his vest pocket."
A man will be able to. What is the meaning of a man will be able to?
Un hombre que es capaz de.
Casi,
Un hombre
muy
será
bien.
capaz de.
Exactamente, perfecto, perfecto. That's right, very good. Un hombre será capaz de. En otras palabras, un hombre podrá. No se olviden esto, cuando usamos poder en presente, can, lo sabemos, ¿no es cierto? I can. Pero si quiero decir a futuro, yo podré, no puedo decir I will can. Nunca se mezclan, esto es otro tip que a veces los libros no dicen, ¿no? Pero nunca se mezclan dos verbos modales seguidos. Nunca digo I could can o algo por el estilo, ¿no? Nunca se ponen dos modales seguidos. Entonces, en inglés no puedo decir como en español I will can. No se dice así para decir yo podré. Tengo que, si quiero decir a futuro que yo podré, I will be able to. Que literalmente, muy bien, es yo seré capaz de. Pero también es como cuando en español decimos, por ende, yo podré. Porque al decir yo podré es lo mismo que decir yo seré capaz de, ¿no es cierto? All right, so keep that in mind, keep that in mind. If you want to speak about your capabilities in the present, you can say I can. También se puede decir I'm able to, pero más frecuentemente decimos I can. Pero a futuro, I will be able to. Nunca I will can o algo por el estilo. All right? Okay? Let's continue. So, as he says, men will be able to carry these devices in their pockets. La gente, la humanidad podrá llevar estos dispositivos en sus bolsillos. So, we have cell phones now, and with cell phones we can speak to each other and we can even watch each other. Incluso podemos vernos en videoconferencia y tanta cosa, ¿cierto? So, he was thinking exactly about the kind of things that are happening right now with our classes. Imagínense, think about this pandemic in those days. O piensen en la gripe española, por ejemplo. Clases en esa época, estamos hablando de los 1920. Hoy por hoy, gracias a que tenemos esta tecnología, podemos tener clases. Y bueno, sí hay que decirlo también, gracias a nuestras capacidades económicas, ¿no? Porque no todo, y ahora yo sé que para ustedes a veces el acceso también es difícil, ¿sí? Compartimos a veces computadoras con hermanos, con la familia, con todo, ¿no es cierto? No siempre es tan fácil en muchos casos, pero estamos aquí, ¿no es cierto? Entonces tenemos ese chance gracias a la tecnología. Y en el caso de algunos, hay que decirlos, también gracias a la suerte, porque económicamente hay mucha gente que igual no tiene el acceso. Dicho eso, yo sé que muchos de ustedes hacen esfuerzos, no siempre el Internet está tan disponible y tanta cosa, ¿no es cierto? All right, good, good. Let's continue watching. Let's continue watching.
End quote. This sounds a lot like video calling and smartphone communication. Of course, 100 years ago, simple long-distance calling didn't even exist.
Not even distance calling existed. No existía ni siquiera la llamada a larga distancia en esa época. Y él ya estaba pensando en cosas como esto de Zoom que estamos haciendo este rato, right? Y hablando, porque no solamente lo imaginó, así esto ha de ser, sino pensó en varios de los detalles que también se han cumplido, como lo de la comunicación inalámbrica. All right, so.
Tesla, once again, proved to be far ahead of his time. But he wasn't the only one. A lesser-known man by the name of John Watkins also made some startling predictions. In 1900, civil engineer John Watkins wrote a piece titled, "What May Happen in the Next 100 Years?" Within the article, Watkins made lots of predictions for the next century, and some ended up being amazingly accurate.
Accurate. So, like you said a moment ago, accuracy, exactitud, precisión. And accurate, the word we have here in the subtitles, accurate, this would be the adjective. Esto es preciso, exacto, ¿no? So accuracy is the noun, es el sustantivo, accuracy, precisión, exactitud. But accurate is the verb. I'm sorry, the adjective, el adjetivo, preciso, exacto, all right?
Man will see around the world, Persons and things of all kinds will be brought within focus of cameras, connected electrically with screens at opposite ends of the circuits, thousands of miles at a span. This really could be likened to the internet and video sharing. Ready-cooked meals will be bought from an establishment similar to our bakeries today. In 1900, bakeries and butchers were some of the most common ways to get your food. There was no such thing as keeping it for a long time. Freeze-dried and packaged foods didn't exist, and neither did electric refrigerators. And one last one.
So in his day, in 1900, en 1900, no había refrigeradoras. Piensen, porque a veces pensamos en el enorme impacto de las computadoras en el mundo, y claro, toda la razón, tienen un enorme impacto, pero a veces no pensamos en cosas un poco más, entre comillas, humildes, como la refrigeradora, ¿no? Think about life without refrigerators, how different it was. Imagínense lo diferente que era. ¿Con qué frecuencia había que ir a comprar comida en tiendas de abarrotes o, como dijeron aquí, en panaderías? Bueno, las panaderías siguen siendo muy frecuentes en nuestro medio. En Europa, por ejemplo, no hay tantas como acá. Mejor dicho, en Estados Unidos, porque más compran el pan, el que nosotros llamamos más pan de molde, ¿no? Aunque sí las hay. Pero bueno, cosas como comidas enlatadas o en paquetes, no había tanto en esa época. Sí había enlatados ya en los 1900, inclusive antes, pero no eran tan frecuentes como ahora. Y menos aún, pues las refrigeradoras. Si compraban vegetales, tenían que ser para ser consumidos pronto, porque si no se hubiesen podrido mucho más rápido, pues, ¿no? So that was the thing. They had no refrigerators. He thought about those. He thought about those as well.
Wireless telephone and telegraph circuits will span the world. A husband in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean will be able to converse with his wife sitting in her bedroom in Chicago. We will be able to telephone to China.
We will be able to. Todo lo que podremos hacer is we will be able to. So don't forget that, right? We will be able to telephone to China
quite as readily as we can now talk from New York to Brooklyn. So surprisingly, Watkins had the same thinking as Tesla here. Unfortunately, he would die in 1903 before he saw a single one of his visions come to fruition. Unlike any of the other people in this episode, the next visionary actually inspired true inventions that affected all of our lives. American inventor and engineer Vannevar Bush designed influential analog computers during the 1920s and 30s. In 1922, he was one of the founders of the Raytheon Company. By the early 1940s, he was the most influential scientist in America, directing thousands of researchers and military generals, only answering to the president himself. He was even in charge of the atomic bomb. After the war, he wanted to turn all of the scientific efforts from destruction to peace. In this, he could foresee academic knowledge being lost as time went on. 1940s technology, there was simply no way to collect, organize, and access it all. His solution was nothing short of prophetic.
So, too much information that was difficult to store back in those days, right? Too much information that was hard to store in papers and everything. The access to the information was difficult.
In a 1945 article entitled As We May Think, published in the Atlantic Monthly, Bush proposed a device that he called a MEMEX, MEMEX being short for memory extension. This device could store and connect information and thus work as an artificial aid to memory. He came to the conclusion that current systems of organizing information by alphabetical order would be inadequate. A new system was needed, a system that was more flexible and should also work like the human brain. It would be a loose web of information connected by links between them.
Connected by links, link, vínculo. Mucho antes de que existiese el Internet, la palabra link es una palabra antigua del inglés. Significa vínculo, igual que en español. Pero ahora, si ustedes piensan en links, ¿en qué piensan, no?
Quote, wholly new forms of encyclopedias will appear, ready-made with a mesh of associative trails running through them, ready to be dropped into the MEMEX and there amplified. Bush went on to describe the ability to retrieve several articles or pictures on a screen. He believed that people would create links between related articles, each user saving it for others to experience.
So different users creating different articles and linking the articles together. ¿A qué les hace? What does this make you think of? ¿En qué les hace pensar eso? Different people creating different articles and putting them all together in the internet, and you can access them through links.
In other words, people would create what we'd call websites today, where you can click on links and it takes you from one page to another. The Memex machine itself is what we'd call a desktop computer. There was much more in these writings, but I'm wary of this video's length, so I'll leave you with the sheer impact and the influence of Bush's writings. These writings directly inspired some of the co-creators of the internet in the 1960s. It also inspired the mouse, the Xerox Alto desktop computer in the 70s that inspired Steve Jobs. It also inspired the graphical user interface, and not to mention hyperlinks, the very backbone of the web. It truly had all the core ideas of the modern information age, all the way back in 1945.
Interesting, right? So sometimes there are things we take for granted. Hay cosas que damos por hecho, but they are massively complex. And to think about things like this in 1945, the way we handle information today, but to think back to it, and even to make a design of something that would sort of work like that, I think it's quite amazing. So what people thought the future would be like, right? Okay, very good, very good. Now, let's do something. There is something else I want to show you. So there is this term in English that is a futurist. Hay este término que se llama futurista, the futurist. So what is a futurist? Different from a prophet, diferente a un profeta. This has nothing to do with mysticism, no tiene nada que ver con misticismo ni nada. These are just, you know, people who think ahead of their time with intelligent means, nada que tenga que ver con algo místico o mágico, sino solamente la inteligencia que hace hasta cierto punto predecir hacia dónde podrían ir las cosas a un futuro, ¿no? So that is a futurist. So the futurists, like for example, Tesla and the other people that we saw there, like Bush, not el presidente Bush, no, but and also other people are like that. They didn't mention him here in the video, but there was also this guy called Arthur C. Clarke. Arthur C. Clarke. He was the writer of a novel called 2001: A Space Odyssey. Escribió una novela que se llamaba 2001, Odisea del Espacio, de la cual hay una película muy buena de Stanley Kubrick también. Y él también en los 60s hizo una serie de predicciones de cosas que hoy por hoy están pasando. Right? Interesting, right? Interesting. Anyway, let me show you. Where is this? Just a second. Just a little video, okay? Focusing, this is more of a grammar video, focusing on the future perfects, just so that you listen to it a lot, okay?
The future perfect.
Okay, let's listen to this.
I became president of America in November 2008. And in November 2016, I'll have been president for 8 years.
Now, take a look at this sentence here. Can you say this in Spanish? I became president of America in November 2008, and in November 2016, I will have been president for 8 years. So this is going back into the past, right? This is back into the past. Let's travel back to the past. But how do you say that in Spanish, that sentence?
Could you repeat the
Me
question?
convertí en presidente de Estados Unidos en noviembre de 2008 y para noviembre de 2016 habré estado como presidente durante 8 años.
Yes, perfect. Habré estado, like Stephanie says, habré estado o habré sido presidente por 8 años. Correct. Very good. Very good.
And I like my job.
Huh.
In 30 seconds, he will have beaten the world bull riding record. Oops, no he won't. Not this.
So, beat, B-E-A-T. It has many different meanings. Beat. B-E-A-T, beat puede ser el ritmo, por eso se llamaban los Beatles así. Es más o menos como decir los rítmicos, los Beatles. Y es un jueguito de palabras porque Beatle, escarabajo, también suena parecido, right? Anyway, he will have beaten, beat, también puede ser derrotar o vencer, beat. So in 30 seconds, he will have beaten the world bull riding record. Es como decir, habrá vencido el récord mundial de monta de toros, ¿no? Habrá roto el récord, así no sea literal. All right, very good. Hear it again.
Oops, no, he won't. He will have beaten the world bull rider. In 30 seconds, he will have beaten the world bull riding record. Oops, no, he won't. Not this time. In 20 minutes, she will have been in the bathroom for 2 hours. They will have learned how to ski soon. I hope she will have finished the housework in 10 minutes because I want to go to the restaurant. She'll have stopped laughing in 5 minutes. She will have crossed the bridge in a few minutes. She has drunk a bottle, and he will have drunk a bottle very soon. When this woman finishes this bottle, she will have drunk 6 bottles today. OMG, she's crazy. In 10 years, they will have worked together for 17 years.
So how long? Taking a look at this. So in 10 years, they will have worked together for 17 years. So how long have they worked together until today, until now?
7 years.
Yes, correct. That's right. Very good.
I will have worked for a few hours. You will have worked for a few hours. He will have worked for a few hours, etc.
So notice something. Noten que por más que tengo he, she, it, aquí no debo usar has, ¿no es cierto? Sino have porque tengo will, ¿ok? Don't forget that. Si quisiera decir él tiene, ella tiene, o también él ha, ella ha, ahí sí sería he has, she has, directamente pegado al he, will, she. Pero si tengo al medio un will, ya no has, solamente have, ¿ok? Nunca se pone has después de will, solamente have. Y después de cualquier verbo modal, could, should, would, might, may, el verbo forma base. Don't forget that, okay?
Thank you for watching our video, and I hope that you all will have learned the future perfect by the end of this lesson.
All right. Good. All right. Now, let's do this, guys. Let's take a 5-minute break now. Just 5, okay? Please, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's be back at 9:15, okay? But just 5
Okay,
minutes.
teacher.
Okay,
All right.
teacher.
Don't go too far.
Thank you, teacher.
You're welcome. Okay, guys, we're back. Hello, guys. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, guys.
Yes,
So,
yes, teacher.
thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Now, let's go into the book a little bit, all right? All right, great. And let's do this. Let's go in here for a moment. And let's do this listening activity, all right? So, not in our lifetime, not in our lifetime, okay? So, what is the meaning of not in our lifetime? Any idea? It,
No en esta vida, o sea, como que no en este
No
tiempo.
en nuestra vida.
that's right, correct, correct. Como no en esta vida, no en nuestra vida, correct, that's right, very good. So, let's do this. Listen to people discuss changes that will affect these topics in the future, okay? So write down 2 changes for each topic. These are the topics, right? Crime, space travel, the environment, energy, and money. What is the meaning of environment? What is the meaning of environment?
Medio
Medio
ambiente.
Medio
ambiente.
ambiente.
Yes, correct, very good. Second, again. All right, so let's hear it now.
Page 68, Exercise 11, Listening. Not in our lifetime.
Can you hear the audio?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
great.
Part A. Listen to people discuss changes that will affect these topics in the future. Write down 2 changes for each topic. 1. Crime.
Well, I think crime will completely change in the future.
How so?
Nowadays, people use their debit and credit cards more than they use cash. How we spend money is changing. I think there will be less street crime in the future. Crime will become more intelligent and digital. There will be more computer hacker criminals.
That sounds more serious.
I know. Crimes will definitely become more severe. Instead of stealing some cash from my purse, a criminal could go online to my bank account and steal a lot more. It's scary to think about.
Okay, so what are 2 changes that they mention, I mean, regarding crime in the future? Remember to turn on your microphones if you want to answer. So, or let me ask somebody in particular, okay? So let me ask somebody in particular. Let's see. Tania, what do you think? What are some changes that will happen in crime in the future? What do you think, Tania? Tania, are you there? Okay, what about you, Dana? What do you think, Dana? What did they say about crime? Yes, Dana, are you there? Did you hear what they said about crime?
Crimen.
All right, let's see. Who else is around? Diego, what do you think? What did they say about crime? Remember to turn on your microphone if you want to speak.
Teacher, I can hear the audio. Can you repeat, please?
Okay, okay. Let's listen to it one more time, okay? Let's listen to it one more time, and then you're welcome. And then let's try to answer, okay? So what are the changes right now regarding crime. What are the changes they speak about regarding or in relation to crime?
Page 68. Exercise 11. Listening. Not in our lifetime. Part A. Listen to people discuss changes that will affect these topics in the future. Write down 2 changes for each topic. 1. Crime.
Well, I think crime will completely change in the future.
How so?
Nowadays, people use their debit and credit cards more than they use cash. How we spend money is changing. I think there will be less street crime in the future. Crime will become more intelligent and digital. There will be more computer hacker criminals.
That sounds more serious.
I know. Crimes will definitely become more severe. Instead of stealing some cash from my purse, a criminal could go online to my bank account and steal a lot more. It's scary to think about.
2.
All right. So one more time, Diego, could you hear it this time?
Yes, teacher.
All right. So did you get the changes in crime that they speak about?
Yes, the crime will be changed in some points. For example, it will be more related with the internet and computers and other factors with telecommunications, for example.
Yes, very good, very good. Great. Yes. Things will be more digital, right? Like computer hackers and stuff. Very good, very good. Yes, correct, correct. Okay, very good, very good. Now, let's hear it again. Let's hear it again, but this time, let's take a look at the audio. Let me just check the chat for a second. A little bit slow there. Okay, Dana, never mind. I understand. Mhm. All right. Let's see. Let's hear this thing about crime again, but this time let's also use the script, okay?
Page 68. Exercise 11. Listening. Not in our lifetime. Part A. Listen to people discuss changes that will affect these topics in the future. Write down 2 changes for each topic. 1. Crime.
Well, I think crime will completely change in the future.
How so?
Nowadays,
How so? Were you familiar with this expression? Have you heard it? How so? ¿Cómo dirían este how so en español?
¿Cómo así?
Ajá, exactly. ¿Cómo así? Yes, very good.
How so?
Nowadays, people use their debit and credit cards more than they use cash. How we spend money is changing. I think there will be less street crime in the future.
What is the meaning of cash?
What?
Efectivo.
Mhm. Yes, that's right.
Crime will become more intelligent and digital. There will be more computer hacker criminals.
That sounds more serious.
I know. Crimes will definitely become more severe.
So that is interesting. That might be like another change, right? Also, besides the fact that it's going to be more technological, more related to computers and communications and everything, like Diego said, so it might also become more severe.
Instead of stealing some cash from my purse, a criminal could...
Do you know what is a purse? A purse?
Cartera.
Uh-huh. That's right. Very good. Cartera. Uh-huh. So instead of stealing some cash from my purse...
I know. Crimes will definitely become more severe. Instead of stealing some cash from my purse, a criminal could go online to my bank account and steal a lot more. It's scary to think about.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good. So yeah, for crime, yes, this could be the answer. So exactly, there will be less street crime, menos crimen en la calle. Crime will become more intelligent and digital. There will be more computer hacker criminals. That's right. Okay, so those are the changes regarding crime. Now let's continue listening. Let's listen to what they say about space travel. Okay, let me just go forward. Let's skip forward. Okay. So let's hear what they say about space travel, okay? I'm not gonna use the script this time.
Page 68. Exercise 11. Listening. Listen to people discuss changes that will affect these topics.
Crime will become more intelligent. People will live in space in the future.
Okay.
Page 68. Exercise.
Excuse me, it's a little bit hard to, antes en el sistema, before in the system, it was a lot easier to scroll back and forth in the audio. Now it makes these weird cuts. Ahora cuando quiero hacer clic en los puntos precisos, hace como unos saltos raros y no me deja tampoco agarrar este knob aquí para moverlo de un lado a otro. Por desgracia, ¿no? En el sistema anterior sí se podía, pero aquí, aunque el libro está con muchas mejoras, pero por desgracia, esa es una cosita en la que han fallado un poco. All right? That is one thing that they have missed here. But anyway, let me skip around there.
For each topic.
I think there will be less street crime in the
2.
Okay, now let's hear what they have to say about space travel, okay?
Space travel.
Do you really think people will live in space in the future? I don't know if I believe that.
Oh, definitely. I think within 100 years, people will be living on other planets.
Really? Like you and I could be living on another planet?
Well, not in our lifetime. But I think within the next 50 years, humans will have traveled to other galaxies.
Yes, I agree with that. And what about extraterrestrial life? Will we have made contact with aliens from other galaxies?
I don't know. But if we do, I sure hope they're friendly.
Bueno, so what do you think? Let's see. Talia, what do you think about this one? What did they say about space travel? Talia, are you there? Yes.
Yes, teacher. I heard that the people speak people will living in another planet.
Yes, that's right. So yeah, that's one of the things he mentioned. Very good, very good. And anything else? Maybe something else?
Humans will, I don't know, will travel another galaxies.
Yes, that's right. That's exactly that. Very good, Talia. Yeah. Very good, very good. That's what they mentioned. Very good. Thank you. So now let's listen again. Okay. And this time, let's use the script as well.
People will live in space in the future? I don't know if I believe that.
Oh, definitely. I think within 100 years, people will be living on other planets.
So I think within 100 years, dentro de los próximos 100 años, recuerden, within dentro, ¿no? Pero ¿a qué se refiere con dentro cuando usa within? No a que en 98 años no va a ser así, pero cuando sean 100 ahí sí ya. Sino podría ser en menos de los 100 años, pero sería en ese lapso, ¿no? Dentro de ese lapso. Podría ser antes, podría ser máximo en esos 100 años, ¿ok?
Oh, definitely. I think within 100 years, people will be living on other planets.
La gente estará viviendo en otros planetas, ¿no? So present continues there. I'm sorry, future continues.
Oh, definitely. I think within 100 years, people will be living on other planets.
Really? Like you and I could be living on another planet?
Well, not in our lifetime. But I think within the next 50 years, humans will have traveled to other galaxies.
Yes, I agree with that. And what about extraterrestrial life? Will we have made contact with aliens from other galaxies?
I don't know. But if we do, I sure hope they're friendly.
All right. And now for everybody, do you agree with this? Do you think we will have traveled to other galaxies within the next 50 years?
Probably not.
Who knows, right? Who knows? I mean, galaxies are like really, really far away, other galaxies, right? If it has, the moon, how long did it take us to get to the moon? I mean, other galaxies are thousands and thousands and thousands time more distant than the moon, right? So who knows? But maybe there will be a huge leap in technology. Leap. Do you know what is the meaning of leap? No lip como labio, L-I-P, sino leap como L-E-A-P. Do you know what is a leap? For example, a leap in technology? It's like it's something like that. Es como un salto en la tecnología, no? A leap es un salto. So maybe there will be a huge leap in technology that allow us to travel farther. Who knows? Who knows, right? No se sabe. But I'm thinking about the leaps in telecommunications, for example, that we've had. Piensen hace solo 100 años, pensemos hace 130 años, cómo eran las telecomunicaciones. Hace 200 años, solo era cosa de cartas, ¿no es cierto? Ni siquiera había telegramas ni nada por el estilo, no, hace 200 años, solamente por cartas las telecomunicaciones. Cartas que la gente llevaba en barco de un continente a otro y dentro del continente a caballo, de lugares a otros. Entonces, ¿cuánto se demoraba en llegar una carta, no? Hace apenas 150 años la cosa era así, ¿no es cierto? Y hoy por hoy, ¿cómo son las telecomunicaciones? Yo estoy hablando con ustedes en sus casas, ¿no es cierto? O sea, como si estuvieran en sus casas. Yes.
Teacher, what do you think about technology in speech travel in the future?
Technology about what? Sorry, se cortó un poquito. Can you repeat that? What do I think about technology?
Yes. What do you think about technology and speech travel in the future?
Oh, well, exactly what I was telling you, right? If there was this massive leap in telecommunications, I don't know, who knows, and they will develop a massive leap in teletransportations, right? In teletransportations. For example, in transportations, I mean, like, again, 200 years ago, what was the way we traveled? I mean, ships were the most technologically advanced things, right? Ships 200 years ago. And you have chariots y carrozas pulled by horses, carrozas jaladas por caballos. And think with, the invention of the car and the combustion engine and gasoline, that was a massive leap. And that leap led to so many other things, and airplanes and everything, right? So sometimes there is a huge leap that might change things a lot. But so far, I mean, if things continue at the same speed as they have been happening, I don't think we are anywhere near traveling to other galaxies, right? We might travel, I mean, people might travel to Mars, but it's going to be a 2-year travel in space. Demora 2 años llegar a Marte. Entonces, ni siquiera los humanos hemos ido a Marte. No ha habido un solo humano. There hasn't been a human yet in Mars because the travel would be so long, right? They sent the Pathfinder, right? Remember that? El Pathfinder? There was this little robot that took samples of things and it filmed Mars, and it let us know a lot more about Mars. And we knew for sure that there is water in Mars in the form of ice. There is lots of ice in Mars and everything. But, go to a distant galaxy, it's way, way farther, right? It's millions of light years away. Do you know what is a light year? Light year?
Años luz.
That's right. And is a light year a measure of time or of distance?
Of distance.
Yes, correct. It's not a measure of time, it's a measure of distance, right? It's a measure of distance. And it is the distance that the light covers in 1 year. Now, how fast is light? How fast is light? Do you know how fast is light?
300,000.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, 300,000. 300, 1,000 mil. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. 300,000 kilometers per second. Imagine that, 300,000 kilómetros por segundo. And we are, imagine the distance that the light covers in a year. Imagínense la distancia que la luz cubre en un año, si en un segundo cubre 300,000 kilómetros, ¿no? Y aún así las distancias de las que estamos hablando cuando hablamos de otras galaxias y cosas son años luz. Entonces, a que tenga una idea, estamos hablando de millones y millones y millones y millones de kilómetros, ¿no es cierto? Right? So we're speaking about those sort of distances. So, unless there is a massive leap in technology, a menos que haya algún salto inesperado y grande en la tecnología, que no digo que sea imposible, porque como digo, no, yo mismo, ¿no? En las telecomunicaciones pasó, en los teletransportes, digamos, sí, pues en el transporte también pasó. Entonces, a lo mejor haya algún otro salto loco. Por ahí había ideas con explosiones nucleares en el espacio para impulsar a velocidades inmensas a naves y cosas. Pero aún así, o sea, inclusive si pudiéramos viajar a velocidades, qué sé yo, 200 veces más grandes de las que podemos ahora, que es lo que se calculaba con explosiones nucleares. Even if we could travel at speeds like, 200 times more than we can now with nuclear power and nuclear explosions and everything like that, even then it would take thousands of years to get to another galaxy. Aún así, nos tomaría miles de años, o sea, una nave viajando a esas velocidades inmensas, aún así le tomaría miles de años llegar a otra galaxia. It's interesting to know, right? It's also, think about this. Whenever you see a star in the sky, it is so far away that actually you're not seeing the star in the moment. You are seeing the past of the star in a way. Piensen esto, ¿no? Cuando ven estrellas en el cielo, esas estrellas están tan distantes que a pesar de que la luz viaja rapidísimo, pues, ¿no? Para que la luz que esas estrellas emiten y entren a nuestros ojos, ha pasado un buen rato ya. Entonces, lo que estamos viendo de esas estrellas en realidad es el pasado de esas estrellas. Sobre todo con algunas estrellas, posiblemente estamos viendo, nos llega la información visual de esas estrellas, pero con un retraso de posiblemente un par de días o cosas así, ¿no? Entonces, una estrella que vemos en el cielo, en realidad no estamos viéndole a la estrella como está este ratito, sino estamos viendo a la estrella como estaba hace 2 días, porque es el tiempo que demoró en llegarnos la luz a nuestros ojos, ¿no? It's about that, right? So it's interesting. It's very interesting to know. But yeah, who knows? Again, maybe a huge leap in huge. Do you know what is the meaning of huge? Yes, it's like yes, like extremely big, like enormous, right? Extremely big. That's huge. So maybe there will be a huge leap in technology, and maybe if that happens, who knows, right? Who knows? There's also, these theories about wormholes in the space. Hay las teorías acerca de los agujeros de gusano en el espacio, and the thing becomes mixed with quantum physics, y ya se mezclan con las cuestiones de física cuántica y una serie de cosas. So, who knows? Who knows? Claro que la física cuántica es tan extraña en ciertos sentidos que a veces la gente le ve como magia, ¿no? Que, ya es cuántico, entonces puede ser lo que sea, y no es tan así tampoco. But anyway, all right, let's continue listening a little bit. So yeah, this was the thing about space travel. So yes, what they said, space travel, people will be living on other planets within 100 years. And like Talia said very well, also, humans will have traveled to other galaxies within the next 50 years. Las personas habrán viajado a otras galaxias dentro de los próximos 50 años. En realidad, a mí se me hace más factible lo primero que lo segundo, ¿no? Mucho más fácil haber viajado, estar viviendo en otros planetas como Marte, que lograr viajar a otras galaxias, ¿sí? Porque, claro, tenemos otros planetas muchísimo más cerca, ¿no? Otras galaxias, en cambio, están a distancias inconcebiblemente grandes. All right, very good. Now, let's hear what they have to say about the environment, okay? Let's hear what they have to say about the environment. One more time, what is environment?
Medio ambiente.
Yep, that's right. Very good. So let's hear it up. Just a second here. I want to see. think it was about here.
From other galaxies?
I don't know. Environmental problems will eventually become a thing of
More severe.
50 years. Humans will have tried.
Will we have made contact with aliens from other galaxies? Will we have made
Environment.
All right, now let's hear about the environment. All right?
Every time I read the newspaper, there's another environmental disaster. Do you think environmental problems will eventually become a thing of the past?
Definitely. There are some amazing ideas to clean up our oceans. I think in the next 20 years, we will have cleaned up all the trash in the oceans.
I sure hope so. Some of those garbage patches in the ocean are larger than some countries.
I know. I read that non-biodegradable trash is the biggest problem in the oceans and on land.
Non-biodegradable trash, like plastic?
Exactly. I think in the next 30 years, we will have eliminated plastic and found materials to use that are better for the environment.
4.
All right, very good. Let's hear this one more time, okay? Before I ask you, let's hear this one more time, all right? I think it was in 140. Okay, as I told you, it's really hard to get into the precise spot here. Okay, around there.
3. Environment.
Every time I read the newspaper, there's another environmental disaster. Do you think environmental problems will eventually become a thing of the past?
Definitely. There are some amazing ideas to clean up our oceans. I think in the next 20 years, we will have cleaned up all the trash in the oceans.
I sure hope so. Some of those garbage patches in the ocean are larger than some countries.
I know. I read that non-biodegradable trash is the biggest problem in the oceans and on land.
Non-biodegradable trash, like plastic?
Exactly. I think in the next 30 years, we will have eliminated plastic and found materials to use that are better for the environment.
All right. So, let's see. Are you guys? I can't see the screen. Okay, let's see. What about you, Domenica? What did you hear about the environment, Domenica? Remember to turn on your microphones, okay? So, Domenica, what do you think? What did they say about the environment?
Eliminate the trash in the oceans.
Well, yeah, they mentioned the trash in the oceans. That's right, very good. And they probably will eliminate the trash in the oceans. Very good. Very good, Domenica. And did you get anything else? Anything else?
Clean the ocean, no?
Yeah, they're probably going to clean the
In 3
oceans.
years.
That's right, very good, Domenica. However, they also mentioned one more thing that is interesting. Giovanni, what do you think? Did you hear that part?
Yeah. Some the garbage patch are more desagradable. In 30 years, the plastic will have removed.
Yes, very good. In 30 years, the plastic will have been removed because we're going to use other materials according to them. Yeah, very good, Giovanni. Thank you very much. Very good, Dominic and Giovanni. Great. Now let's hear it again, okay? Let's hear it again. This time, let's use the script. I know this is a little bit heavy, perhaps maybe a little bit boring to some of you, but it's very important that we practice our listening a lot, okay? Remember, it is one of the key, even for, not just for listening itself, but also for speaking, right? If you can't understand what the other person says, it's gonna be hard to speak with anyone, but you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Okay, let's go back a little bit. All right, so let's hear it. Let's hear about the environment, and let's also read this time, okay? So please pay close attention to the screen, and let's read and listen.
3. Environment.
Every time I read the newspaper, there's another environmental disaster. Do you think environmental problems will eventually become a thing of the past?
Definitely. There are some amazing ideas to clean up our oceans. I think in the next 20 years, we will have cleaned up all the trash in the oceans.
So is she optimistic or pessimistic? What do you think? Is she optimistic or pessimistic about the future?
She's optimistic.
Yeah, she's optimistic. Probably too, in my opinion, probably a little bit too optimistic, right? I am not so optimistic. I don't think things will solve themselves so nicely in the future. Hopefully, I hope she's right. Espero que tenga razón. I hope I'm wrong. Espero yo estar equivocado, but I don't think so. All right. Okay. So definitely. So we will have cleaned up. Can you say this in Spanish? We will have cleaned up all the trash in the oceans. Can you say that in Spanish?
Definitely. There are some
Sorry. Can you say this in Spanish?
Podremos haber limpiado toda la basura de los océanos.
Ajá, correcto.
Nosotros habremos limpiado.
Exacto, correcto. Habremos limpiado toda la basura de los océanos, ¿no es cierto? Very good, very good. So how do you say basura in English, just in case? In case?
Trash.
Trash. So trash, basura, right? Is there any other word for basura? Are there more words for basura in English?
Rubbish.
Rubbish, that's right. And you know, rubbish is the preferred one by the British. Los británicos suelen preferir esta, ¿no? They prefer this one, rubbish. And also, they use it as an expression a lot. When they don't agree with something, cuando alguien dice algo con lo que no están de acuerdo, es típico, es rubbish, right? Okay, very good. Any other words for basura in English? Do you know any other?
Waste.
Waste.
Garbage.
Yes, awesome. Very good, guys. So all of this is basura. Esto puede ser basura o también desperdicio o también el verbo. It can also be the verb, right? Let me put it over here. It can also be desperdiciar. All right, so waste, all of that. Very good. Basura, desperdicio o también el verbo. Also the verb desperdiciar. And yes, garbage, also basura. So you have all these words for basura, but they are all very common. Todas son bastante comunes. So we should know them all. Deberíamos conocerles a todas, ¿no? Rubbish es principalmente británica, pero igual importante, por lo mismo, right? So we have trash, rubbish, waste, and garbage. Very good, very good. If you didn't know them, take note, okay? If you didn't know them, write them down, take note, and try to memorize them because they are very, very common. Okay, very good. So we will have cleaned up all the trash in the oceans. I'm not so optimistic, but anyway.
Definitely. There are some amazing ideas to clean up our oceans. I think in the next 20 years, we will have cleaned up all the trash in the oceans.
I sure hope so. Some of those garbage patches in the ocean are larger than some countries.
Very good. Some of those garbage, very good garbage, like you said. Some of those garbage patches. Patch es un parche, pero se refiere como estos acúmulos en este caso, ¿no es cierto? Some of those garbage patches in the oceans are larger than some countries. Yeah, there is a garbage island in the Pacific Ocean that is bigger than France. Did you know that? Yeah, there is a garbage island. And that's what it is. It's an island. It's una isla. There is a garbage island that is bigger than France.
I sure hope so.
What's the meaning of I hope so?
Yo espero eso.
That's right. Eso espero. That's right. Very good. And it's a very, very common expression in English. Es una expresión muy común, ¿no? Eso espero. I sure hope so. O simplemente I hope so. Se usa mucho con el so, ¿no? Eso espero. I hope so. That's right. Very common. Sería bueno que se graben, ¿no? Si quieren decir eso espero en inglés, I hope so.
I sure hope so.
Como decir ojalá también. I hope so.
I sure hope so. Some of those garbage patches in the ocean are larger than some countries.
I know. I read that non-biodegradable trash is the biggest problem in the oceans and on land.
Non-biodegradable. No biodegradable, ¿no? Non-biodegradable.
Non-biodegradable trash, like plastic?
Exactly. I think in the next 30 years, we will have eliminated plastic.
What is the meaning of this? We will have in the next...
Exactly.
Sorry.
I think...
Let's pause it. What is the meaning of this?
Exactly.
Yes, please, continue. Parece que se cortó un poquito. Would you repeat that?
Yo pienso que en los próximos 30 años nosotros habremos eliminado el plástico.
Very good. Excellent. And found materials. ¿Qué sería esto? And found materials.
Y encontrados materiales para usar que son mejores para el medio ambiente.
Correct. Very good. Entonces, very good. No, don't forget this. Find, encontrar, right? And the past simple is found, and the past participle is also found. So find, found. Very good. Don't forget this. So, as Stephanie says here, found, encontrado. ¿No es cierto?
I think in the next 30 years, we will have eliminated plastic and found materials to use that are better for the environment.
4.
Now, let's hear what they have to say about energy. So let's pay a lot of attention, okay? Energy.
Energy.
You know, I was reading this article about energy of the future. Fossil fuels like oil and coal have become our main energy sources.
Yeah, but we need safer energy.
This article says we're making progress with other kinds of energy. It predicts that in 50 years, we will be using only green energy sources, like wind and solar energy.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
And it said that with electronic devices, we won't have to wait for them to charge. We'll be able to charge our phones or computers in just a few minutes.
One more time. Let's hear it one more time, okay? Sorry, I forgot where the start of this was. I should have paid attention to the seconds, but I forgot.
Energy.
I got it. I was lucky. Okay, energy.
You know, I was reading this article about energy of the future. Fossil fuels like oil and coal have become our main energy sources.
Yeah, but we need safer energy.
This article says we're making progress with other kinds of energy. It predicts that in 50 years, we will be using only green energy sources, like wind and solar energy.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
And it said that with electronic devices, we won't have to wait for them to charge. We'll be able to charge our phones or computers in just a few minutes.
All right, so let's see. Alfredo, did you hear some predictions that they have about energy, Alfredo?
Yes, I think we'll have in the future all energy is changed with eolic energy, maybe.
Things like, exactly, eolic energy. They didn't mention that word, but very good. Pero es a lo que se refiere, ¿no es cierto? Very good. So yeah, so yeah, more ecological, eco-friendly energies. Yes, very good. Very good, Alfredo. And there was probably one more thing. Did anybody get it? ¿Alguien tal vez le captó? O sea, mencionaron, claro, muy bien lo que dice Alfredo sobre las energías ecológicas a futuro, ¿no es cierto? pero tal vez una cosita más que va relacionado absolutamente con lo mismo. Yes.
We will use green energy.
Yes, we will use green energy. Exactly. Remember, very good, very good. The term green, verde, of course, it is very, very commonly used when we speak about ecological things in English. The word ecological, ecológico, is not so common in English, no es tan común, but it is very, very common to say green. When you say green energy, green farming, green transportation, everything that is not so bad for the environment, we call it green because of the color of nature and the trees and vegetation and everything like that, right? So, okay, very good, very good. Yes, yes. All right, let's hear it one more time. Let's hear it one more time. Okay, I think it was around 2:30. And this time, let's also hear it with the script, okay? And in a moment, we'll take a break. Yeah, perfect. Let's hear.
4. Energy.
You know, I was reading this article about energy of the future. Fossil fuels like oil and coal have become our main energy sources.
So far, here's some interesting vocabulary, okay? What is the meaning of these? Well, first of all, what is the meaning of fuel? F-U-E-L. What is the meaning of fuel? Do you know that?
Fósil.
Sería fósil, correcto. Fossil, suena fósil, ¿no es cierto? But what is exactly, what is fuel?
Combustible.
Correcto, combustible. Entonces, como dijeron ustedes por ahí, ¿sí? Fossil fuel serían los
Combustibles fósiles.
Correcto, that's right, very good. So, for example, is gasoline a fossil fuel? Is gasoline a fossil fuel?
No.
Yes.
Actually, yes. Actually, it is, right? En realidad lo es because it is derived from, se deriva del, what is the meaning of oil?
Aceite.
Aceite,
Pero en
correcto.
este caso es petróleo, ¿no?
Exactly. Very good. Excellent. Yes, correct. Oil, it can be aceite, but in this case, like you said, very good, is petróleo. Because, you know, if you, well, I don't know if you've ever touched it, but you've probably seen it. This substance, el petróleo, it's very oily, es aceitoso. Se le siente aceitoso si ustedes lo tocasen, ¿no? Entonces, justamente por eso en inglés también se le conoce como oil, como aceite, igual que aceite, ¿no? Pero por el contexto, ¿no es cierto? Diferenciamos, entonces oil puede ser aceite, pero también petróleo. Sí existe la palabra petroleum en inglés, pero es muy poco frecuente, casi nadie lo usa, ¿no? Entonces, oil, lo típico para el petróleo. And of course, gasoline is derived from oil. La gasolina está derivada del petróleo, ¿no es cierto? So, yeah, fossil fuels like those, right? Fossil fuels like oil, right? Okay, very good. So now, and like oil and coal. Do you know what is the meaning of coal? This one?
Carbón.
Carbón. That's right. Very good. Carbón. Very good. If you're speaking about carbón like the element in the periodic table of elements, si hablan de carbón como en la tabla periódica, el elemento químico, the chemical element, that is carbon. Ese se le conoce como carbon. Igualito, ¿no? Sí, solo sin tilde en la O. Carbon. Pero hablando, aunque es la misma sustancia en realidad, pero si hablamos del carbón visible que puedo coger y tocar, pues no es cierto, en inglés a ese se le conoce como coal. Ok, very good. Aunque en realidad es la misma sustancia químicamente, pero bueno, hay esa diferenciación, ¿no? Cuando hablen del elemento químico del átomo, eso es carbon, y cuando hablen de la sustancia tangible que pueden ver y tocar, pues es coal. Okay, very good. Yes, very good. So, fossil fuels like oil and coal. And you know, Donald Trump wanted to go back to coal. And he believes that global warming and everything doesn't exist anyway. So, fossil fuels like oil and coal have become our main energy sources. What is the meaning of this word? Sources. Irán tomando notas si no las conocían, ¿no? Porque es muy probable que salgan en deberes de listening y en cosas así, o en lecturas y cosas, ¿no? So, fossil fuels like oil and coal have become our main energy sources. What is the meaning of sources?
Fuentes.
Yes, excellent. So sources, fuentes, le quito una S y sería fuente, ¿no? Source, fuente. Ahora, si ustedes quieren hablar de la fuente del parque que tiene agua, ¿no? Eso es fountain, eso es fountain. Pero si hablan de una fuente como de donde se obtiene algún recurso, source, ¿ok? Source. Okay, very good.
You know, I was reading this article about energy of the future. Fossil fuels like oil and coal have become our main energy sources.
Yeah, but we need safer energy.
This article says we're making progress with other kinds of energy. It predicts that in 50 years, we will be using only green energy sources, like wind and solar energy.
Yeah, your classmate mentioned eolic energy. Mencionó la energía eólica hace un momento. Muy bien, no lo dijeron así en esta parte, pero están diciendo lo mismo. So very good. Wind and solar energy. What is wind? What is the meaning of wind?
Viento, pero sería
Exacto, ¿no?
energía
Correcto.
eólica.
Exactamente, correcto. Ajá. Entonces, wind and solar, wind del viento, literalmente sería como decir energía de viento, pero en español nosotros le decimos energía eólica, ¿no? El antiguo dios griego del viento se llamaba Eolos, ¿sí? Entonces, viento viene, eólico es viento en realidad, ¿no es cierto? So, like wind and solar energy. Very good.
This article says we're making progress with other kinds of energy. It predicts that in 50 years, we will be using only green energy sources, like wind and solar energy.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
And it said that with electronic devices, we won't have to wait for them to charge.
So this was another prediction. Esta era otra predicción interesante, ¿no? And it said that with electronic devices, what is the meaning of devices, electronic devices?
Dispositivos electrónicos.
Yes, very good.
And it said that with electronic devices, we won't have to wait for them to charge. We'll be able to charge our phones or computers in just a few minutes.
So what is this? We'll be able to charge our phones or computers in just a few minutes. What is that?
Nosotros podremos cargar nuestros teléfonos o computadoras en pocos minutos.
Exactly.
Fine. And it said that with electronic devices, we won't have to wait for them to charge. We'll be able to charge our phones or computers in just a few minutes.
5.
All right, very good, very good. Let's just listen to the last one and then we take a break, okay? Sorry. So, finally, we have money. We have money, right? The very important, hated and loved money. So, let's listen to what they have to say about money, okay? Everybody, let's pay attention.
Money.
With all the technology we use every day, sometimes it feels strange that we're still using paper money that can rip or get damaged.
Yeah, it seems old-fashioned next to credit cards with chips and sensors, doesn't it? It's just a matter of time before paper money isn't made at all anymore.
You think so?
Definitely. No one will use cash, and everyone will have cards.
If that happens, then I think everyone in the world will eventually use the same currency.
So only one currency and no more cash? It sounds a lot easier, but I'm sure there will be new problems too.
Oh, there always are.
All right, let's hear one more time.
Using only green energy. Our phones or computers in just a few minutes.
5. Money.
With all the technology we use every day, sometimes it feels strange that we're still using paper money that can rip or get damaged.
Yeah, it seems old-fashioned next to credit cards with chips and sensors, doesn't it? It's just a matter of time before paper money isn't made at all anymore.
You think so?
Definitely. No one will use cash, and everyone will have cards.
If that happens, then I think everyone in the world will eventually use the same currency.
So only one currency and no more cash? It sounds a lot easier, but I'm sure there will be new problems too.
Oh, there always are.
Okay. So what did they say about money? What about Nicolas? Nicolas, what did they say about money? Did you get some of their predictions?
No one will ever use cash.
Uh-huh. That's right. So no one will ever use cash again. That's right. Very good. Very good. And was there any other prediction that you got? Any other prediction that they mentioned there? Did anybody get it? Did anybody get another prediction? So yeah, very good, very good. Like Nicolas says, people will not be using cash. People will not be using paper money anymore. So
We
no
have the
bills.
same currency.
Aha, very good, excellent. People will have the same currency. That is the key word. Very good, very good. Currency. What is the meaning of currency? What that I just wrote on the screen?
Moneda.
Moneda.
Yes, correct. Now, notice something. Si estamos hablando de la moneda, no tengo ninguna moneda por aquí. Y si estoy hablando de la moneda, el pequeño artículo de metal que puedo llevar en mis bolsillos, una moneda de 5 centavos, una moneda de $1, eso es coin, moneda. Como las monedas que cogía Mario Bros. No sé si jugaron alguna vez. Right? So, coin, moneda. But if I'm speaking about la moneda que se usa en un país, then that is the currency. So, for example, what is the currency we use in Ecuador? What is the currency in Ecuador?
Dollar.
Yes, that's right. We use the US dollar, correct. What is the currency they use in Mexico?
Peso.
Peso mexicano.
Exactly. Yes, that's right. They use pesos because of course there is more than just one peso. So yeah, the Mexican peso because they have pesos in different countries. What is the currency they use in England?
Libras esterlinas.
Yes, that's right. Do you know how to say that in English? It's pounds. Pounds son las libras. Pueden ser, y es la misma palabra para las libras de peso. Por ejemplo, qué sé yo peso 160 libras, por decir, ¿no? O también son las libras de esterlinas. Perfecto. Las de la moneda, pounds. Okay, very good. And what is the currency they used in most of Europe, most European countries? What is the currency that they use?
Euro.
The euro, exactly. Very good pronunciation, by the way. Very good. El euro, ¿no es cierto? Y en español se escribiría igual, ¿sí? Pero en español lo pronunciamos euro, en inglés euro. Euro. Es como algo así la pronunciación, ¿no? Euro, como si en español fuera con Y. Euro. Very good, very good. Okay? Now, let's just listen to it one more time. Escuchémoslo solo una vez más, this time with the script, and then we take a break. Okay? I think it was around here. Yes, money.
5. Money.
With all the technology we use every day, sometimes it feels strange that we're still using paper money that can rip or get damaged.
Do you understand this? That can rip. Do you know this word? Rip?
Rasgar.
Yes,
Romperse.
correct. Correcto. Rasgarse, romperse, ¿no? Noten que en español no sería raro decir se rompió el billete, ¿sí? Pero en inglés cuando hablamos de papel o de tela no suele decirse break. Break lo podemos usar, qué sé yo, para vidrio, para plástico, para casi todo, ¿no? Pero cuando hablamos de cosas como telas y papel, ¿me comprenden? No solemos decir break, sino rip. Rip. Very good. Que es como rasgar, precisamente. Entonces, se les parte un billete en dos. You ripped it. ¿Sí? Si ustedes dicen break a bill, romper un billete, en inglés quiere decir cambiar por más pequeños, ¿no? Can you break a 20? Es como decir, puedes cambiarme este billete de 20 en billetes de 5 y cosas así, ¿no? Right? Very good. Pero sí, literalmente, que se rompa, que se rasgue el billete, rip. ¿Ok? No break. ¿Ok? Very good. Or get damaged, o dañarse, ¿no es cierto?
Yeah, it seems old-fashioned next to credit cards with chips and sensors, doesn't it? It's just a matter of time before paper money isn't made at all anymore.
You think so?
Definitely. No one will use cash, and everyone will have cards.
So this is what Nicolas said. No one will use cash. Y a nadie va a usar dinero en efectivo. And everyone will have cards.
If that happens, then I think everyone in the world will eventually use the same currency.
Y esta era la otra predicción. Very good. Que también nos dijo su compañero, su otro compañero. Sí, if that happens, then I think everyone in the world will eventually use the same currency. Todos en el mundo eventualmente usarán la misma moneda. Maybe because, you know, in Europe, in most of Europe, most European countries are using the same currency, el euro, no?
If that happens, then I think everyone in the world will eventually use the same currency.
So only one currency and no more cash? It sounds a lot easier, but I'm sure there will be new problems too.
Oh, there always are.
All right, great. Good. What time is it? So let's take a break now, guys. Okay, let's take a little bit more than 20 minutes, okay? Let's be back at, it's 10:13 right now. Let's be back at 10:35, okay?
Okay, teacher.
All right, take a break now. See you in a moment then. See you in 22 minutes. See you then. All right, guys. Hello, are you there?
Yes, teacher.
Okay, guys. So let's continue then. Hello there. Hey there. Okay, so let's continue then. Let's listen to the whole thing one more time, okay? Escuchemos todo una vez más. Let's listen to the whole thing one more time. But just in case, sorry. Okay, there we go. Just in case, let's review a little bit of the vocabulary that we saw here. So for example, yeah, you have words like trash, so basura, trash, rubbish. Let me put it over here. Garbage and waste, right? All of these words serve for that, okay? What else did we see? Combustibles. Fuels. Notice that fuel can also be the word for gasoline. Puede ser combustible, pero también se le suele usar mucho como sinónimo de gasolina simplemente, ¿no? Combustibles fuels. Y combustibles fósiles, pongámoslo de una vez, ¿no? Combustibles fósiles sería fossil fuels, all right? Sorry, fossil fuels. Okay, very good. ¿Qué más teníamos por ahí? Currency. What is the meaning of currency? O pongámoslo en español como estamos poniendo. Moneda in English, currency. Okay? Good. There was also, let's put this one. Oil. Sabemos que es aceite, pero en este contexto vamos a decir petróleo. Very good. Petróleo, oil, and coal, carbón. Okay? Les puse al revés aquí, pongamos carbón. Coal, okay? Y moneda, currency, okay? So keep that vocabulary in mind. Tengan ese vocabulario en mente, okay? Keep that vocabulary in mind. Let's listen to the whole thing one more time, okay? Escuchemos todo una vez más.
Page 68. Exercise 11. Listening. Not in our lifetime. Part A. Listen to people discuss changes that will affect these topics in the future. Write down 2 changes for each topic.
And let's just show the answers as well, okay? While we listen, all right?
Page 68. Exercise not in our lifetime for each topic. 1. Crime.
Well, I think crime will completely change in the future.
How so?
Nowadays, people use their debit and credit cards more than they use cash. How we spend money is changing. I think there will be less street crime in the future. Crime will become more intelligent and digital. There will be more computer hacker criminals.
That sounds more serious.
I know. Crimes will definitely become more severe. Instead of stealing some cash from my purse, a criminal could go online to my bank account and steal a lot more. It's scary to think about.
2. Space travel.
Do you really think people will live in space in the future? I don't know if I believe that.
Oh, definitely. I think within 100 years, people will be living on other planets.
Really? Like you and I could be living on another planet?
Well, not in our lifetime. But I think within the next 50 years, humans will have traveled to other galaxies.
Yes, I agree with that. And what about extraterrestrial life? Will we have made contact with aliens from other galaxies?
I don't know. But if we do, I sure hope they're friendly.
3. Environment.
Every time I read the newspaper, there's another environmental disaster. Do you think environmental problems will eventually become a thing of the past?
Definitely. There are some amazing ideas to clean up our oceans. I think in the next 20 years, we will have cleaned up all the trash in the oceans.
I sure hope so. Some of those garbage patches in the ocean are larger than some countries.
I know. I read that non-biodegradable trash is the biggest problem in the oceans and on land.
Non-biodegradable trash, like plastic?
Exactly. I think in the next 30 years, we will have eliminated plastic and found materials to use that are better for the environment.
4. Energy.
You know, I was reading this article about energy of the future. Fossil fuels like oil and coal have become our main energy sources.
Yeah, but we need safer energy.
This article says we're making progress with other kinds of energy. It predicts that in 50 years, we will be using only green energy sources, like wind and solar energy.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
And it said that with electronic devices, we won't have to wait for them to charge. We'll be able to charge our phones or computers in just a few minutes.
5. Money.
With all the technology we use every day, sometimes it feels strange that we're still using paper money that can rip or get damaged.
Yeah, it seems old-fashioned next to credit cards with chips and sensors, doesn't it? It's just a matter of time before paper money isn't made at all anymore.
You think so?
Definitely. No one will use cash, and everyone will have cards.
If that happens, then I think everyone in the world will eventually use the same currency.
So only one currency and no more cash? It sounds a lot easier, but I'm sure there will be new problems too.
Oh, there always are.
All right, good. Good. So just a little bit more of listening practice, which is always good. Okay, now let's practice a little bit of speaking. Okay, so each one of you, I want you to practice on your own, and tell me if you agree with some of the topics that they are mentioning here and the ideas that they have. And what are your own ideas about crime, about space travel, about the environment, about energy, and about money? So each one of you think and practice for yourselves. Practiquen cada uno en su casa, ¿no? Practice a little bit speaking about this. And don't forget to use the present continuous, the future continuous, the future perfect, and the future simple also, to talk about the future. So what do you think is going to be the future like related to crime? How do you think things are going to be about space travel and things like that, okay? So practice a little bit, practice for a few minutes, and then I'm going to ask you individually, okay?
Okay.
Let's do that. Okay, guys. So let's see. I'm gonna ask you individually. Okay, so try to give me your opinions about the following topics. So let's see. Edson Dahiri. Tell me, what do you think crime will be like in the future? What do you think about this, Edson? Remember to turn on your microphone, okay? Edson, are you there? Okay, let's see. John, what do you think about this? What do you think the future will be like regarding crime?
Women will be more organized.
Mm-hmm. And do you agree with what they said? Do you agree with the fact that crime will be more technological and there will be less street crime? What do you think? What do you think, John? Do you agree with what they said?
I don't understand, teacher.
Yeah, sure. ¿Está de acuerdo, John, con lo que dijeron ellos en el audio, con que el crimen va a ser más tecnológico, que va a haber menos crimen callejero? Do you agree? ¿Está de acuerdo? Do you agree with that? What do you say, John? Okay, well, let's go with Mateo. What do you think about space travel? Or John, if you wish to speak, you can. You can.
Teacher, hablo yo.
Yes, Mateo, let's speak about space travel. What do you think space travel will be like in the future?
I agree with the audio that you heard us. I will I believe that the space travel in the future, some people we can to um no, some people will be living with her families and her friends in other planets, but um, apart of this, they can form communities, in schools and hospitals, some like we do in the earth.
Uh-huh. Very good. Interesting. Yes, of course. If they're gonna be living there, probably all of that is also going to happen, right? Because it's going to be needed. Okay. Thank you very much, Mateo. Very good. Very good. Thank you, Mateo. Now let's see about the. All right. Let's see. Sophia, what do you think about the environment? What is the future of the environment? What do you think? Do you agree with what they said or do you disagree? Sophia, are you there?
Teacher,
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
I agree with
You agree with that, and let's speak a little bit about it, Sophia. So, what do you think the future will be like?
I think the environment will be less contaminated because we will have electric cars. I don't know. Teacher, I can hear you.
Sorry. I quite algo pasó por ahí. Anyway, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's right. Electric cars, that's a very good point. If we have electric cars, that might reduce the need for fossil fuels, right? Okay, very good, very good. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sophia. Very good. All right, now speaking about energy, let's see. Who's my next victim? What about you, Luis? Luis Andrade. What do you think about energy? Do you agree with what they said? Or what are your ideas about energy in the future?
I think that in the future, the energy that we'll be using the most will be wind power because it is less expensive.
Yeah, that's also a good point, right? That's also a good point because sometimes it is not only about ecology, it is also about economy. But if economy can help ecology, then that it is more likely that it will happen. Yes, that's right. Very good. Thank you, Luis. Very good, Luis. And what about money? What about money? Let's see. Let's talk to Wilson. Wilson, what do you think money will be like in the future? Do you agree with what they said that we're not going to be using cash anymore, but other things?
Yes, I think in the future we won't use cash because probably we only will buy an online store.
That's right. Yeah, that is also likely, right? Especially if the pandemic continues for a long time. But yes. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, we have a lot of technological advances right now, not just credit cards, but also bank transfers. I do lots of things with the bank account. There are lots of services, for example, that I don't go and pay. I don't go and take out money from the bank, but I do it all through the computer. So yeah, very likely, very likely. Okay, very good. Thank you, Wilson. Good. Now, before we continue, let's play a little game, okay? Let's play a little game. I want to show you a little game. So, sorry, I'm off screen right now. Be back in a second. Do you have your cell phones at hand? Do you have your cell phones at hand?
Yes, teacher.
Right? Do you have
Yes, teacher.
Yes, teacher.
Great. Awesome. Are you also using a computer?
No.
Well,
Yes, teacher.
in case you're only using a cell phone, it's going to be a little bit more complicated. But in case if you can split your cell phone screen, do you know how to do that? ¿Saben cómo dividir la pantalla de su celular para tener dos aplicaciones abiertas a la vez? Do you know how to do that? Si es que están usando solo el celular y no computadora.
No, teacher.
No. Yeah.
Teacher, this option is only available for Android cell phones, not for iOS.
Oh, I see. So if you have an iPhone, you can't
Yeah.
do that.
or if you are in the iPad, in the new iPad, like the last models, you can do this. But in iPhone, I don't think so.
All right. Well, thank you, Jose. Thank you. That's important information. Thank you very much. However, sin embargo, si es que tienen la computadora y el celular, sería lo ideal. Sí, si es que este rato están con una laptop y con el cel, sería lo ideal para poder hacer lo que vamos a hacer a continuación. Okay? All right. So let's go for let me share the screen again with you. We're just going to be doing this for a second and let's see who wins. All right. Where am I? Okay. All right, let's go here. All right, I don't know if you've ever played with this before. Maybe you've done it with somebody else. No sé si lo han hecho en clase, tal vez con alguien más. I don't know. It's taking...
Yes, teacher.
Yes, you've played this? You have played this? All right, great. Let me just take a look. Where am I? All right, let's do this. On your browser, on your cell phone, si pueden hacer esto en el celular, ¿sí? On your browser, on your cell phone, so you can open Google Chrome or whatever, and let's type this address. Métanse a www.kahoot, K-A-H-O-O-T, Kahoot.it, ¿sí? Kahoot.it, ¿sí? On your browser, on your cell phones, ¿ok? En su navegador del celular, mientras ven la pantalla de la computadora sería lo ideal. Si no, si es que pueden dividir la pantalla en dos, sería bueno que tengan la pantalla de Zoom en una parte y la pantalla del navegador en otra, ¿no? Si es que pueden ver las dos a la vez, sería necesario. All right? If you're using an iPhone and you don't have a computer, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to do this, but at least watch, pero por lo menos vean, ¿sí? All right? So, entonces, entren a kahoot.it, ¿sí? Desde el celular. I'm also going to do that. So you can open Google Chrome or whatever, and you enter kahoot.it, ¿sí? ¿Entraron a kahoot.it?
Yes. Yes, teacher.
So you should be seeing a screen that looks like this. Deberían ver una pantalla como esta, ¿no? You should be looking at a screen something like this. Por supuesto, ustedes lo ven revertido ahí, ¿no es cierto? Right? Can you see it?
Yes.
All right, on your cell phones, see? And now, let's do this. Well, here's the thing. This is going to be a game. You're going to be looking at the questions on the screen. You're going to be looking at the questions on the screen. Just a second here, okay? Let me just get a very important phone call. Por favor, solo un ratito. Voy a contestar una llamada importante, pero enseguida regreso, ¿sí? Just a second. Okay, sorry. I'm back. Okay, very good. So as I told you, here on your cell phone, this is what you should be seeing, right? If you entered kahoot.it, si entraron a kahoot.it, debería ser algo así la pantalla que ven en su celular ahora, ¿no es cierto? Right? So this is a game, right? So in this game, you have to take a look at the screen on your computers. Preferiblemente van a ver la pantalla en sus computadoras. En la pantalla en sus computadoras van a ver las preguntas, sí, van a ver las preguntas y van a ir contestando mediante el celular, ¿ok? Entonces, vamos a entrar a uno, right. And this is just the brain teasers. These are some questions in English to think a little bit. Vamos a jugar este para que se familiaricen con el formato, ¿ok? Are you ready?
Yes. Yes, teacher.
Okay, great.
Teacher, we need the pin.
Exactly, it's loading. Justo se está cargando un ratito. That's right, it's loading. It's loading. So here's the pin. Okay. So that is the pin. So we're gonna enter the pin in here, right? Van a meterse el pin aquí. ¿Sí? El celular. ¿Ya lo pusieron? Introdujeron it. Okay, very good. Exacto. Y en donde diga exactamente su nickname, va a poner su nombre correcto. Very good, very good. Very good, very good. Awesome. Very good, very good, very good. 7 players so far. Great. Awesome. Very good, very good. Very good, awesome. Great, awesome. We have 17 players. We have 17 players. What about the rest of you guys? All right, 18. Getting better, getting better. What about the rest of you? Ready? Let's see. We have 23 participants. Let's see if everybody can do it. Okay? Veamos si todos pueden entrar. All right, very good. Who else is missing? So 19. We need 4 more people. So we have so far we have Diego, Giovanni, Mateo, Paula, Nicolás, Nicole, José, Stephanie, Tania, Talia, John, Julio Caramillo, no, just kidding. Alfredo, Sofía, very good, very good. Anybody else? What about the rest of you guys? ¿Qué pasa con el resto? Les quito algo. All right. Well, let's start playing. Okay, let's start playing. So, you're gonna see the questions on the screen. Van a ver las preguntas en la pantalla. Preferiblemente pongan la pantalla. Place the screen with the faces and everything around, and we're gonna start now. Pero you're going to see the questions on the screen and the options on the screen. The options are going to be written, and you're going to have some symbols. Next to the symbols, you're going to have the options to complete it, okay? Junto a cada simbolito, you're going to have a square, a triangle, a rhombus, and things like that. And next to them, you have the answers. But on your cell phones, you won't read the answers. Las respuestas, tanto las preguntas como las respuestas tienen que leerlas en la pantalla de Zoom, ¿sí? Pero pueden elegirlas en su celular. Sin embargo, en su celular solo les aparecen los botones con los símbolos, ¿sí? Pero estos símbolos coinciden con las respuestas que ven en la pantalla, ¿sí? Vamos a hacer una prueba y ya le van a ir cogiendo el orden. Alright. Can you hear me a little bit better then? ¿Me escuchan un poco mejor ahí? Let me see. Déjenme ver un ratito cómo puedo mejorar esto. Entonces no les voy a compartir el audio de la página entonces, ¿ok? Just a second. Okay, so here's the thing. So remember, sí, parece que en el caso de ustedes, como les estaba, a mí la música me está sonando suave, pero parece que a ustedes les ha estado llegando muy fuerte, ¿sí? Anyway, don't forget this. you're not going to be seeing the questions on your cell phone. You're only going to be seeing the questions on the screen and also the options. Las opciones también las van solamente a ver en la pantalla, ¿sí? Pero sin embargo, ustedes van a ir seleccionando las respuestas en su celular. En su celular solamente van a aparecer los botones. On your cell phone, you're only going to have the buttons, ¿ok? Pero esos botones, como van a ver en la pantalla, se corresponden con las respuestas. Por ejemplo, tienen las opciones y tienen ahí un rombo con una de las opciones, un cuadrado con una de las opciones. En su celular solamente aparecen el rombo, el cuadrado, pero se van a dar cuenta, ¿ok? You're going to realize how it works, ¿ok? So now I'm going to restart the audio of the page. Ahora voy a reiniciar el audio de la página y vamos a empezar en un instante, ¿ok? We'll just begin in a second. And we start. Okay. So, did you read the answer? The question? What has a face but doesn't have? What has a face and hands but no legs? What has a face and hands but no legs? What has a face and hands but no legs? A face and two hands, but no arms or legs. Okay, time's up. All right, and the answer was a clock, right? The face of the clock, la cara del reloj, and two hands son las manecillas. All right, very good. Let's go with the next one. So far, Jose is winning. Nicolas in the second place. Sophia and Samantha in the third and fourth. These are the four top positions right now. Let's see. And Digiflow got it well. What belongs to you, but yet is used more by others than yourself? What belongs to you, but is used more by others? What do you think? What do you think? Time is almost up. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. And it was your phone number. Of course, it belongs to you, but other people use it more. Okay, very good. Let's see. So the points are a little bit different now. So now Digo Flow is in the first place with 1,957 points. Okay, Jose in the second place, Nicolas in the third place, and Nicole is in the fourth place right now. And JJ is in the fifth place. Okay, good. Let's see the next question. What is always coming but never arrives? What is always coming but never arrives? Always coming but never arrives. Let's see. And now JJ is in the first place. Dana is in the second. Nicolas in the third. Giovanni in the fourth, and Sophia is in the fifth. Okay, very good, very good. Let's continue. What runs but never walks, has a bed but never sleeps, has a mouth but never eats? This is an interesting riddle. A whisper, a sleepwalker, a fox, or a river? Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. All right, everybody finished before time. A river, very good, yeah. Awesome. And JJ is still ahead of everybody, so followed by Nicolas, Samantha, Sophia, and Steffi. Right, very good. Let's see the next. What gets more wet the more it dries? What gets more wet the more it dries? A towel, the rain, the pavement, or a shower? Time is running up. And time is running out now. 2, 1, 0. A towel. So, what gets more wet the more it dries? ¿Qué es lo que se moja más entre más seca? Claro, secan con una toalla y la toalla se moja. So very good. That was the thing. That was the thing. Okay, very good. The next. All right, so now Nicolás is in the first place, ahead of everybody with 5,020 points, followed closely by JJ with 4,059 points, and Jose with 3,594 points. Let's see, next question. What has to be broken before you use it? A glass, a seal, a window, or an egg? Okay, time is running out. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. And it was an egg, of course, right? An egg. In order to eat it, you first have to break it, right? Okay, next. Same positions now. Okay, very good. Nicolás is on fire. I'm full of keys, but I can't open any doors. What am I? I'm full of keys. And time is up. Oh, well, you know, there were two possible correct options, a piano and a computer. Why? What is the meaning of key? What is the meaning of key? What is the meaning of key?
Llave.
Llave. Pero también key significa
Clave.
clave. Clave. O también, además de eso, key puede significar tecla. Entonces, un piano está lleno de teclas, pero una computadora también tiene teclas, ¿no? El teclado, ¿sí? So that is the reason why you had both options, a piano or a computer. Okay, very good. Let's see the next. Same positions. Nicolas is still ahead. I'm light as a feather. By the way, feather, pluma, okay? Time is up. Okay, a breath. Ajá, un aliento, ¿no? Ni el hombre más fuerte puede aguantarse la respiración 5 minutos, right? Very good, very good. Okay. Oh, Jose is skipping ahead now. So Jose is on the second position. Nicolas is still ahead. Let's see. So, coat. Coat, abrigo, ¿no es cierto? Coat. Pero time is up. A coat of paint. Coat, abrigo, pero también coat puede ser una capa de algo. Entonces, ¿qué tipo de coat puede ponerse solo cuando está mojado? Pues para el caso, una capa de pintura. It has to be wet, right? Okay, very good. Let's see the next. Okay, now Digo Flow goes into the second place and Nicolas is still winning. I am what I am, but if you know what I am, then I'm no longer what I am. What am I? Ajá, very good. Soy lo que soy, pero si sabes lo que soy, ya no soy lo que soy. ¿Qué soy? I am what I am, but if you know what I am, then I am no longer what I am. What am I? A secret, un secreto, right? Si saben lo que soy, ya no soy lo que soy. All right, very good, very good. And Nicolas is still ahead. Diego Flo's still on the second position. Jose is in the third position. JJ and Sophia are following. Okay, very good. Let's see the next. And the penultimate question. What can be broken even without a touch? In this case, you had two possible correct options: a promise or silence, of course. Yeah. Podemos romper una promesa sin tocar nada. Podemos romper el silencio también. If I'm quiet and then I speak, then I break the silence. Okay, very good. The last question. So Nicole is heading ahead now in the fourth place. And Nicolas is still leading. Diego Flo in the second place, and Jose is still in the third place. And let's see the last question. The last question. What occurs twice in a week, once in a year, but never in a day? All right, good. The letter E, yeah. Twice in a week, dos veces en week. Once in a year, una vez en year. But never in a day, pero nunca en día. La letra E. Twice in week, once in year, but never in day. Okay, very good. Very good. So, let's see. And JJ on the third place, Diego Flo on the second place, and the winner of today is Nicolas. Very good, very good. You're the winner today. All right, awesome, awesome. Very good, guys. Good job, everybody. So now you know how to handle it, right? Ahora ya saben cómo manejarle, ¿no es cierto? Si no habían jugado antes, now you know how to do it. You see, it's very easy, okay? It's very easy. Now, let's play one more time, okay? Juguemos una vez más. Let's play one more time, but this time we're going to be playing with some contents that we have studied, okay? All right? So let's go into this one more time. This is going to be shorter, okay? But you're also going to have less time now. También van a tener menos tiempo para cada posibilidad. Van a meter este otro pin. Entonces, nuevamente, kahoot.it, kahoot.it, o si ya le tienen abierto igual para poner el pin, ¿no es cierto? Kahoot.it, and let's play. The pin will be ready in a moment, okay, everybody? Just a second. Okay, this is the pin. Everybody join, please. Join this one. Vamos chicos, metámonos a este otro. Let's get into this other one. Metámonos a este otro. Okay? All right, great, great. Very good, very good. Awesome, awesome. I'm liking those numbers. Very good, very good. Excellent, excellent. All right, anybody else? ¿Alguien más? Very good, very good. Anybody else? Anybody else? Awesome, great. Yes, everybody, let's play. Okay? All right, ready? Ready? Let's start. You only have 20 seconds this time, okay? Almost out of time. Okay, good. The next. You have to be fast in this one, okay? All right, Nicole is on the first place now. Very good. All right, let's see. Now JJ is on the first place with 1,495 points, closely followed by Diego, who is having 1,430 points, and Nicolas on the third place, okay? Jose and Samantha are still there in the podium. Let's continue. You only have 10 seconds. Time is almost up. Oh, you have to be faster. Okay, good. Let's see. All right, good, good. So JJ is still in the first position. Diego still in the second, okay? But now Diego Rosman is on the third position, and still in the fourth position we have Talia, and Denise is on the podium now. Okay, let's continue. Sometimes you have to be fast. You only have 10 seconds for the short answers, okay? Huge, enorme. Okay, good, good, good. In this case, it was better to say during, because it was during that time. No fue desde ese entonces, porque Nirvana ya no está activa, ¿no? Desde que murió Kurt Cobain, o por obvias razones, ¿no? Si siguiera activa hasta el momento, hubiera quedado bien el since. Pero como fue solamente durante los 90s, during, okay? Good. Now, Diego Rosman on the second place, and Diego Flo has been diminished to the third place. All right, JJ still ahead. I won't be able to talk at 8. Dinner. I'll be having dinner. No voy a poder hablar porque voy a estar cenando. All right, very good. I won't be able to talk at 8. I'll be having dinner. Okay? Ooh, now Denise is on the first place. All right, very good. Talia on the second and Diego on the third. All right, very good, very good. Parts of the Great Wall of China have existed? The 7th century. Quick! Quick! All right, yeah. Since the 7th century until now, partes de la Gran Muralla China han existido desde el siglo VII, desde, porque siguen existiendo hasta ahora, ¿no es cierto? Si dijera que existieron durante el siglo VII, significara que ya no existen, que en ese tiempo existieron y que luego se destruyeron, pero siguen existiendo hasta hoy, entonces desde el siglo VII hasta hoy. Very good, very good. Oh, Diego is still in the first place. You're on fire, Diego. Diego Rosman. Okay, JJ, getting back some space from before. Now on the second position. Denise on the third. Good. And Talia on the fourth. Very good. Steph is on the fifth. Still very good. Very good. Very close. Within the next 10 years, my own house. Nobody answered. ¿Qué pasó? Nadie contestó. Let's see the next. ¿Qué pasó ahí que nadie contestó? What happened there? Nobody answered. Let's see. Veamos lo siguiente. I bought some tickets to England, so... Pequeña cosa, si ya tengo comprados los tickets, ya no es solo un plan, ya es un arreglo, ya lo tengo hecho la forma. Entonces, como ya compré los tickets, lo más correcto hubiera sido I'm flying tomorrow. Bueno que haya salido esto, ¿no? Nothing. I'm going to fly tomorrow no está mal, pero sería un plan. Si digo I'm flying tomorrow, ya es de ley. Y si ya tengo comprados los tickets, pues eso ya es de ley. All right? Good, good. Let's see. Same positions. So graduating with honors has been my greatest. Quick, quick. All right, very good. Achievement. Graduarme con honores ha sido mi más grande logro, right? My greatest achievement. Very good. Same positions. We're still with Diego in the first place, JJ on the second, Denise on the third, followed closely by Talia and Steph. Okay, Talia and Steph are very, very close. We're getting... The movie's at 7, so at 7:30, I... Very good. Ajá, I'll be seeing. A esa hora la voy a estar viendo. Si empezaba a las 7, pues a las 7:30 la voy a estar viendo. Very good. Oh, now JJ is on the first place. Things changed a lot now. Steph is on the second. Diego is following closely, very closely on the third. Talia is on the fourth, and Denise is near. In a few days, similar, so similar. What is the thing here? What is the difference between this one and this one? ¿Por qué no estaba bien esta de aquí, la del
Capital
círculo?
letters.
Yeah, capital letters, that's right. Recuerden, mayúsculas y minúsculas son importantes, ¿sí? Nunca se escribe I con minúscula, ¿sí? You never speak. Además, encima aquí es el comienzo de la frase, entonces por doble motivo. That's right, this is the one. Good, good. Y si solo digo I going, me está faltando el am. Siempre es be going to. En este caso el be es am, ¿no? All right, good, good. JJ is on fire, still on the first one. And Diego and Talia now switched positions. Denise is on the third. All right, let's see. And Diego, you're on Denise's toes. Está pisándole los talones. All right, very good. Let's hear it. 12 out of 15. If we don't stop Freezer, the world. Will be destroyed. Si no detenemos a Freezer, el mundo será destruido. The world will be destroyed. Noten, si seleccionaron will be destroying, sería como el mundo estará destruyendo. Pero no es lo mismo decir eso que estará siendo destruido o que será destruido, ¿no? All right, so will be destroyed. Será destruido. Okay, good. Let's see. Well, JJ is still on the first one. And Steph, Denise, Diego, and Jose are following. All right, Diego, you caught up. Very good. Can you keep up? Can you keep up with JJ? Let's see. 13 out of 15. I decided yesterday that this weekend, my dad. Very good. I decided yesterday that this weekend, decidí ayer que este fin de semana ayudaré a mi papá, ¿no es cierto? Pero ¿por qué no? I'll help. Pues porque ya es un plan. Si lo decidí ayer, no es una decisión espontánea, ¿no es cierto? Si ya lo decidí ayer y lo digo ahora, pues tendría que ser I'm going to help. Es un plan, no es una decisión espontánea. ¿Y por qué no el círculo? Porque el círculo está con minúscula, I. Y aquí sí, ay, tiene que ser mayúscula, ¿no es cierto? Cuando digan yo en inglés, el I de yo siempre con mayúscula. Y también para empezar una frase, la letra que sea con mayúscula. Aquí por doble motivo con mayúscula, ¿no? Right, very good. We're getting closer to the end. Okay, so we have JJ and Denise is getting very close. Denise has 3 in a row. She's on fire. So second place, second position. Very good. Let's see. I think we're very near the last one. 14 out of 15. By the time he's 60, let's see. By the time he's 60, he will have retired. Para cuando él tenga 60, él se habrá retirado, ¿no? Will be having sería como él estará teniendo o algo por el estilo, entonces no me queda tan bien, ¿no es cierto? Y, ¿por qué no? El will has, claro, les puse adrede este will has porque estaba con he, ¿no es cierto? Y ustedes aprendieron muy bien desde hace mucho tiempo que con he no va have, sino has, pero después de will, ya no, con will, no importa que sea he, igual va a ser have, ¿ok? Good. Let's do the last one. Let's do the last one. All right, let's go to the last one. And JJ is still on the first position. Denise on the second. The last question. The movie's from 7 to 9. So by 9:20, they will have seen it. Yes, the movie's from 7 to 9. So by 9:20, they will have seen it. La película es de 7 a 9. Así que para las 9:20, ellos ya la habrán visto. Claro, la película se acababa a las 9. Entonces a las 9:20, ellos ya la habrán visto. They will have seen it. Okay, and I think this was the last question. Let me see. Today's winner. Very good. Congratulations. Followed by Denise on the second place. And very close to Denise, we have Mateo in the third position. Very good. Congratulations, guys. Very good. Good job. Good job. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. So, did you enjoy it? Did you have fun? All right, just a little game for you to remember a little bit better of a few things. My little nephew is here by my side. Okay, good, good, guys. Now, let's go back to the book for a moment, okay? Let's go back to the book for a moment, and let's do this reading that we have on this page, okay? Please, let's read this here. And let me just share the screen correctly with you, sorry. Just a second. All right, there we go. So let's do this reading, okay? Let's do this reading. Skim the article. Remember this? Scan to look for very specific information. Not read everything, but look for specific information. Skim. Read everything, but quickly. Even if you don't get every detail, read everything quickly so that you have the general idea of this. So, skim the article. Which sentence below could be another title for the article? Okay, which sentence below could be another title for the article? Professionals who can change the future? Good guesses about the future. Guess, adivinar, pero también suponer. Entonces, como buenas suposiciones acerca del futuro. Good guesses about the future, or an unhappy view of the future. An unhappy view of the future. So let's read this. Looking into the future. Looking into the future. Let's read it very quickly. Leámosle bastante rápido. Let's read it in about a minute. Okay? You have 1 minute to read this. Tienen 1 minuto para leerlo. Let me make it smaller so that you can see it. A little bit smaller. Okay, so there you go. There you go. You have 1 minute to read it. Let's go. I'm giving you a bit of extra time. Okay, so what do you think? Which of these sentences could be another title for the article? Professionals who can change the future, good guesses about the future, an unhappy view of the future. What do you think?
Good guesses about the future.
Yeah, that's right. Very good. Good guesses about the future. Buenas suposiciones acerca del futuro. An unhappy view of the future? Not really, right? Because they are not saying that everything is going to be terrible in the future. They are saying they are having some positive ideas, right? And professionals who can change the future, not so much. Not so much. They speak about professionals who think about the future, right? Who try to guess how the future is going to be like, but not change it. Not really change it. Okay, very good. ¿Se acuerdan de los futuristas que vimos en el video, no? The futurists. All right, very good, very good. Now, let's do this. Now we're going to read the article in more detail. Yes? Okay, we're going to read the article in more detail now. I suggest you make you take a picture or you make a screen capture of this. Let me also do it for you. Sorry. Here we go. And let's read it in more detail. Leamos durante los siguientes 5 minutos en un poquito más de detalle. All right? Let's read it in more detail. I also sent a picture to the WhatsApp group so you can read it there afterwards. Okay, guys, did you finish reading or not yet?
Not, not yet, teacher.
Okay, continue reading. And by the end, also try to find words that are new to you, words you don't know, and things like that, and then you will ask me, okay? But continue reading for a moment. All right, guys. So tell me, what questions do you have about the reading? They can be about precise words or vocabulary that is new to you, or maybe even sentences that are hard to understand. So please ask me questions. What questions do you have about the reading?
Teacher, what mean mushroom cities o algo así?
Good question, good question. Well, probably you know mushroom means champiñón, como los hongos, ¿no? Sí, mushroom, right? Son los champiñones, los hongos que son así, right? So mushroom cities are like cities that are that are organized in a similar way as to the way mushrooms grow. Se parecen a cómo crecen los hongos, bastante apegados unos a otros, ¿no es cierto? E inclusive empiezan a crecer unos encima de otros, ¿sí? Entonces, es un tipo de distribución de ciudad que se asemeja a estos, ¿no? That is the idea. Those are mushroom cities. Anybody else? Any other question? What other questions do you have? Yes, please.
No, I don't have questions.
Okay, good. So, and then I'll ask you something. What is the meaning of skyscrapers that I have here? What is the meaning of
Rascacielos.
Yes, rascacielos. That's right. Very good. What is the meaning of this one? Allow. What is the meaning of this word? Allow. You know this one? Allow?
Permitir.
Permitir. That's right. Very good. Very good. Okay, good, good. Excellent. Now that you read it, I also send it to the WhatsApp group, okay? So if you, in case you need to go back to it. But now let's answer these questions, okay? So read the article, let's read it again, and check the predictions futurists made about the year 2050 or 2050. Okay, so one, computers will be as powerful as they are today. Two, tiny computers will help people with physical problems. Three, travel will be faster than it is now. Four, people will be able, podrán, ¿no es cierto? People will be able to explore places without leaving home, sin salir de la casa. People will need less food. Number six, many people will live together in eco-friendly buildings. Seven, people will not get sick anymore. What is the meaning of this? People will not get sick anymore. What is the meaning of that?
No se enfermará más.
Yes, correct. Correct. La gente ya no se enfermará más. That's right. Very good. People will fight with each other over food and water. Noten, pelear por la comida y el agua usamos esta preposición over, un poquito raro, ¿no? Pero así es. All right, so let's check the ones that were in the article, okay? Only check the options that you had in the article, okay? Let's do that.
Tiny. Computers are full of today? I think so. Tiny computers. Diminuto. Yeah. Diminuto. Computers will be tiny computers sometimes difficult problems. You're all sometimes you can't find it all. Do you even allow paralyzed people to move again? Oh my gosh. But it's not physical problems. Improve. To improve. Memory within. To allow. Or even to allow. Paralyze. Paralyzed includes open to allow paralyzed people to move again. To move again. So how do you get your under my skin? So better.
Okay, guys. So, did you finish?
Yes.
All right. Ready? So, which of these ones, what numbers did you check? What are the numbers that you checked? Can you repeat that, please? Sorry.
1,
Uh-huh, 1. What else?
4,
Uh-huh. And anything else?
6,
6,
Good. Was there anyone else or that was it?
8.
Okay, let's see. So, oh, interesting. So the answers that the book provides are 2, 4, and 6. So let's check them out. Let's check them out one by one, okay? Let's check them out one by one. So the first one, computers will be as powerful as they are today. What is the meaning of this? Computers will be as powerful as they are today.
Las computadoras serán más poderosas de lo que son hoy en día.
Con un cambiecito importante nada más. Las computadoras serán exacto, las computadoras serán tan poderosas como lo que son hoy. ¿Sí? Entonces, y sí, ese pequeño cambio en realidad sí cambia bastante el sentido, ¿no? No serán más poderosas, sino serán tan poderosas como lo que son hoy. Entonces, como es eso lo que dice el enunciado, since that is what the statement says, then it wasn't one of the ones that you had to check. Entonces, since the article says that computers will be much more powerful, como el artículo dice que las computadoras serán mucho más poderosas, por eso en realidad no es la 1, porque la 1 dice que serán tan poderosas como lo que son hoy. Okay? Did you get it? Right. Now let's go with number 2. Tiny computers. Well, first of all, what is the meaning of tiny? What is the meaning of tiny?
Diminutas.
Exactly, diminuta. So, tiny computers will help people with physical problems. Yes, they said that. They said that. So, let's go back to this. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. I think it is around here. Uh-huh. Computers will also be small enough to implant in people's brains to improve memory, vision, and even to allow paralyzed people to move again, right? Las computadoras también serán suficientemente pequeñas como para ser implantadas en los cerebros de la gente para mejorar su memoria, visión o inclusive permitir a personas paralizadas por accidentes o algo a moverse nuevamente, ¿no es cierto? Right? So yeah, tiny computers will help people with physical problems. That one was true. Okay, very good. Now, travel will be faster than it is now. Esta, la 3, no nos pone como una de las respuestas correctas y no dice categóricamente que no vaya a ser así, pero simplemente no lo mencionaba en el artículo, ¿no es cierto? No es una de las, aunque es probable que así sea, pero no es una de las predicciones que están en el artículo. Esto noten que puede ser interesante para cuando respondan exámenes o lo que sea, no solo aquí en mi materia, sino en general. Por ejemplo, si van a dar un examen para una maestría, if you're going to take a test to enter a master's degree or something, and you have to prove your proficiency in English, well, then sometimes we write things that we think are logical, but we're not in the article that we had to read. A veces seleccionamos las opciones que nos parecen lógicas, pero no estaban en el artículo, en opciones como estas. ¿Cuáles de estas predicciones están en el artículo, no? ¿Sí? Ahora, si no alcanzaron a leer bien o no lograron entender muy bien, entonces no es mala idea irse por lo que les parece lógico, ¿sí? Pero noten que no siempre va a atinarle. All right, very good. Now, number 4. People will be able to explore places without leaving home. So this one was one of the true ones. So let's see. For those who love shopping or travel, a technology called immersive telepresence will allow us to actually feel like we are in 2 places at the same time, right? Para aquellos que aman comprar o el viaje, una tecnología llamada telepresencia inmersiva, ¿no es cierto? Nos permitirá sentirnos en realidad como que estamos en 2 lugares a la vez, ¿no es cierto? Right? So, yeah. Ajá. People will be able to explore places without leaving home, and they mentioned this a little bit more. People will need less food. That wasn't mentioned in the article. No se mencionó en el artículo. Number 6, many people will live together in eco-friendly buildings. And this was one of the ones. Speaking about these mushroom cities, right? Okay, let's see. People will live in mushroom cities, skyscrapers that house many people and use solar power and other eco-friendly technologies. Okay, very good. Other green technologies, very good. So number 6, that one was true. Now, people will not get sick anymore. They didn't say that. They didn't say that in the article, right? And number 8, people will fight with each other over food and water. A little bit dystopian, medio como una distopía futuro, ¿no es cierto? But no, they didn't mention that either. Tampoco estaba mencionado en el artículo. All right, guys. Now let's go into the next page for a moment, okay? And so we've spoken about the future. We've done lots about the future. Now, before we continue with something else, I'd like you to do this on your cell phones, okay? On your cell phones, on the WhatsApp group. Now, what I'd like you to do is make a prediction for the future. You can use the future simple, but especially let's better use the future continuous and the future perfect, okay? Don't type it down this time. Esta vez no lo escribamos. This time, let's record it. Okay, this time let's record what you have to say. For example, let me give you an example. I'm going to record the first one, okay? I'm going to record the first one. Okay, let me see. Where is our group? So here in the Saturday group, of course, I'm going to record this. Okay, let's put here. Let's make predictions about the future. Let's make predictions. Sorry, just a little mistake in there. I'm going to improve it and correct it. I'm just missing an S, so I'm gonna delete it, okay? Put it again, and this is gonna be it. Let's make predictions about the future, okay? So I'm going to record a prediction about the future. I believe within the next 50 years, our traveling technology will be much more powerful. And I'm also gonna make another one using the present perfect. I think within the next 100 years, doctors will have discovered a cure for cancer. Okay, so I recorded 2 examples for you, a couple of examples. Now, you record some more examples here, similar to what we did in another class, but don't type this time record, okay? Let's do that. So please go to your WhatsApp group and record a few of your predictions for the future, okay? All right, let's hear you, Stephanie.
We will use to pay a card and not money, and this is a practice more hygienic.
All right, very good, excellent. Let's just make a little correction. This is a more hygienic practice. Solo ese pequeño reordenamiento al final, y suena mejor aún, but very good, and your pronunciation is very good. Very good. Who else? Let's continue. All right, let's see. Jose Carlos, just let me check something here. Let me share this other screen. Okay. So let's hear you, Jose Carlos.
I think within in the next 100 years, we can travel across the time.
Oh, interesting. That's some science fiction in there. Very interesting, very interesting. Well, future predictions are basically science fiction. Very good, very good. Solo tal vez un pequeño cambiocito, José Carlos. En vez de decir we can travel, digamos we'll be able to travel, como lo estamos haciendo a futuro, pero por lo demás, muy bien. Very good, very good. Let's see, Nicole.
In 3 years, I will be graduating from university because of the coronavirus.
Yeah. A green prediction, but a probable one. Yes. Very good, Nicole. Very good, Nicole. Okay, let's hear you, Samantha.
In 2050, we'll be pay the things with a chip in our hands.
Very good. Yeah, that's very likely. Muy probable, no? That's very likely. Very good.
In 1 year, we will have finished the pandemic.
All right, very good. Yes, very good, very good. And that's also optimistic. Let's hope for the best. Very good, very good. Just a little correction, Wilson. En vez de pronunciarle finished, pronunciemos finished, sin la E. Por lo demás, muy bien. That was very good, very good. Okay, let's see, Dana.
Think that in 10 years most species will disappear.
That's sad, but probably true. Yes, very good, Dana. Okay, let's hear you, Luis.
I think that for the next year, the vaccine for COVID will have already been created.
That would be great, right? The vaccine, very good. La vacuna, ¿no es cierto? Very good. The vaccine for COVID will have already been created. Ya habrá sido creada. Very good. Let's hear you, Nicolas.
I think that in the coming years, we'll use a digital currency like Bitcoin.
In
2020,
a digital currency like Bitcoin. Very good, Nicolas.
Like Bitcoin.
Very good. Now, let's hear you, Diego.
In 2024, Ecuador will be playing the final of the World Cup in Qatar.
Nice. Yeah, that is some positive thinking. Very well said. Very well said. Muy bien. Very good, guys. Okay, very good. So some interesting predictions. Now, let's try now to record a prediction only using future continuous. Tratemos de hacer una predicción usando solamente futuro continuo. ¿Sí? Solamente futuro continuo. Tratemos de grabar una predicción haciendo eso. Let's try to record a prediction making only future continuous, okay? Let's do that. Or speaking only in future continuous. Who wants to take the dive? ¿Quién se aventura? No one? All right, let me... All right, Talia is doing 1. Very good. I'm also very good. Let's hear you, Talia.
I believe in
Maybe we wanted to make a correction there. It's okay. Never mind. Never mind. All right. So, for example, I'm going to give you an example now. I think. Let me do it again. This wasn't recording. I think in the next few months we'll still be having classes via Zoom. I think in the next few months we'll still be having classes via Zoom. Okay, anybody else? Try to think of predictions using only future continuous, like this one, like this one. I think in the next few months we'll still be having classes via Zoom. We'll be having classes, right? Okay. Okay, Talia, let's hear what you have.
Okay, teacher. I think in 50 years, people will be suffering more disease for global warming.
Very good. Excellent, Talia. Very good, very good, very good. Se hizo esperar, pero no decepcionó. Very good, very good. That's pretty good. Okay, Stephanie, let's hear yours.
In the future, we'll be constructing an amusement park on the moon.
Awesome, very good. Like that Futurama episode. Have you seen it? But yeah, very good, very good. Okay, Nicolas, let's see.
Probably by 2050 we'll be living on Mars.
All right, interesting. Yeah.
Probably by 20.
So yeah, maybe because of the pollution that we have in our planet and the overpopulation, maybe we will look for Mars as an alternative. Okay, very good, very good. Now let's see, Diego. That's an interesting prediction, Diego. Okay, let's hear you, Jose.
Future may will be discovering a new mutant species of animals.
All right, interesting. Tal vez estaremos descubriendo nuevas especies mutantes. Interesting, interesting. Huh? Let's see, Samantha.
In 10 years, we'll have used robots in our house to clean them.
All right, that's very good. Muy bien dicho. Bueno, yo les pedí que sea en presente continuo, digamos en futuro continuo, y esta fue futuro perfecto, pero igual estaba muy bien dicha. So, very good. All right, very good, very good. Okay, guys, good job. Buen trabajo. Very good job. Very good job. All right. Very good job. So, all right. So now let's go back to the book for before we get in, yes, let's go back to the book for a moment just to check something out, okay? And then we'll watch another video, okay? Okay, let's see. Okay, so let's move on a little bit. And let's take a look at this. All right. So what is the title of this unit? What is the title of this unit? As you can see, it is rites of passage. But how do you say that in Spanish? How do you say rites of passage in Spanish? How do you say that in Spanish? Anybody? Come on, guys. How do you say rites of passage in Spanish? Well, it would be Ritos de paso. That would be it. Ritos de paso. See? Okay, so what are these rites of passage? Do you know any rites of passage? ¿Se les viene a la mente alguno? For example, you know, in different cultures, people do different things that have to do with going from being a child to being an adult, you know? That could be considered a rite of passage, but also like pretty much every important experience that signifies a change in your life, that could also be considered a rite of passage. For example, I'm thinking about, have you ever done bungee jumping, by the way? Have you ever done that? Have you ever done bungee jumping? Come on, guys, why are you so quiet? Have you ever done bungee jumping?
No, teacher.
You haven't? But you've seen it, right? You've seen it. I remember I did it once about 10 years ago. I went to Baños de Ambato and I did bungee jumping there, and it was really scary. But I did it anyway. All right, so now, do you know where bungee jumping comes from? Do you know where it comes from? ¿Saben de dónde viene?
No, teacher.
Well, there is an African culture that invented bungee jumping. And they don't use these flexible ropes, but they use vines. Usan unas lianas. Probably you've seen it. Maybe you've seen it. Maybe you've seen it. And they use it. Yeah, it signifies passing from your younger age into your adulthood, because only the very brave people, only the very brave men particularly do this, okay? So now, let's take a look at a video. Let's see a video. And remember, keep this in mind, rites of passage, right? Let's see this video. Okay, just a second. All right, let's take a look at this video, all right? Wow, right? It's a little bit
So we're here on Pentecost Island in Vanuatu with Lindblad Expeditions National Geographic, and we're at the land divers.
Land diving developed in Vanuatu dating back many centuries. While the exact reason for the diving isn't known, the timing of the diving in April and May is tied to the yam harvest. A great dive ensures a bountiful harvest. Diving is thought to help the health and strength of the divers, and of course, to show off their masculinity.
The camera's going to be up there, and we're hopefully going to capture it. Probably not done before with a GoPro. Incredible event. They're going to tie vines to their ankles and jump off, and we're going to hopefully capture it all.
As you can see, pretty crazy stuff, right? And this was the original idea for bungee jumping that then became like a thing people in the West do for recreational purposes, right? But it was this tribe in Africa that invented this thing, and they said that it's not. They're not sure why they do it. Well, so in other documentaries I've seen they do it to celebrate harvest and to ask for the favors of the gods. But I've also seen that it works as a rite of passage, right? So for example, a small boy, if you're 12 or something like that, and you attempt this, y tratan de hacer esto, and you do it, and you succeed, then you become a man, and you are regarded as a man, son vistos como hombres by the rest of the community, right? So that is a rite of passage. That is a rite of passage. Let's watch a few more, okay? Let's see a few more. Okay, let's take a look at some rites of passage from around the world. Let's pay attention, okay? Can you see the screen? Well, it's black now, but can you see it?
Whether you celebrate your coming of age with a birthday party or by permanently disfiguring your body, most cultures recognize the importance of a rite of passage. However, all rites of passage aren't created equal. Some can be downright deadly. The crazy rites of passage in this list commemorate a young adult's entry into adulthood. They also highlight the agonizing things people are willing to endure to earn the respect of their peers. I'm Mike with List 25, and check out these 25 crazy rites of passage from around the world. #25. Nagel, land diving. Conceptually similar to bungee jumping, land diving is done with...
So the same one we saw a moment ago, right?
vines instead of elastic cords, and the objective is to come as close to death as possible. Performed by the Vanuatu people, the jumper's goal is to brush his head on the ground. If he survives, he's a man. A very, very lucky man. 24. Hamar cow jumping. This rite of passage must be performed by men of the Hamar tribe in Ethiopia before they're allowed to marry. First, the young boy's closest female friends and family chant while they are whipped by the men of the tribe. The scars left on their backs are a testament to the pain they were willing to endure for the initiation. Afterwards, 4 castrated bulls are lined side by side, and the boy runs across their backs. And voila, he's a man. 23. Maasai lion hunt. The Maasai people of Tanzania and Kenya replace their warrior class every 6 to 10 years. The next generation of warriors is circumcised and moved into warrior camps where they will live until the next generation takes over. In the past, the Maasai had to stalk and kill a lion with only a spear before they were considered warriors. But today, the lions are protected under government animal legislation. Let's face it, you know you've crossed into manhood when the government has to stop you from killing too many lions.
So this last one, did you hear that? For the Maasai, para los Maasai, ¿no? In order to become a man, para convertirse en hombre, para entrar a la adultez, you had to kill a lion using a spear. Tenían que matar un león usando solo una lanza. Kind of dangerous, right? But now they don't do it anymore because now lions are protected by the government.
22. Vision Quest. Similar to the Aborigine practice of sending young men to fend for themselves in the wilderness, although not nearly as involved, many Native American tribes would send their young men off into the wild for several days during a period of intense fasting to find direction for their lives. 21. The Okiek Roar. After being ceremonially circumcised, the young boys and girls of the Okiek tribe in Kenya are secluded from the adults for several months. During their seclusion, they paint themselves white using clay to take on the appearance of a wild creature. They're then haunted by a mythical beast whose roar can be heard at night. They become adults when the elders show them the instrument used to produce the roar, and they do it for themselves.
I
have always felt if you know.
20. Aborigine Walkabout. Many Aboriginal tribes of Australia send their young men into the wilderness for up to 6 months to test whether they're ready to become a man. The boys must survive unassisted and keep themselves totally isolated. When they return after 6 months, they will be considered men of the tribe. 19.
So in these last three examples, boys, and in the case of Africa, also girls, are sent into the wild, son enviados a la naturaleza silvestre, to fend for themselves, para defenderse por sus propios medios y para buscar recursos por sus propios medios. And if they can manage to come back, then they will be regarded as adults, right? Let's watch a little bit more.
Mentawai teeth sharpening. To the natives of the Mentawai Islands, beauty is extremely important. If a person's soul becomes dissatisfied with the appearance of its body, they believe the person will die. To beautify themselves, young female Mentawaians who have reached puberty sharpen their teeth with a rock and chisel and file them down to points. 18.
So for these people in this island, beauty is extremely important. But their vision of beauty is probably different from our vision of beauty. So they sharpen their teeth. Se afilan los dientes, right?
Hunting trials. When boys of the Métis tribe in Brazil go on the hunt, a bitter poison is dumped in their eyes to improve their vision. After this, they're beaten and whipped. Finally, they must endure the excruciating conclusion of the trial. They inject themselves with the poison of the giant leaf frog using wooden needles. 17.
So these boys in Brazil, they put the poison of the frog, ponen el veneno de esta rana, on their eyes because supposedly that improves their vision, supuestamente para mejorar su visión. And then they also inject the venom with wooden needles. Luego también se inyectan el veneno con agujas de madera, ¿no?
Fulani facial tattoos. Women of the Fula people in West Africa must have their faces tattooed before they're considered adults. The process takes several hours and is usually done with a sharpened piece of wood. Similar to a Fula boys whipping match, if the girl cries or grimaces, she is believed to be too young and must wait to finish her tattoos and marry.
In this custom, you know, they tattoo the faces of the girls, of the little girls, and if they cry, they are not considered to be ready to become adults. Si es que las niñas lloran cuando se les tatúa, pues no se considera que sean adultas en realidad, ¿sí? All right, very good. Now, there are many more, and it's interesting. I'll share the link with you if you want to continue watching some of these. But for now, let's go back to the book for the last minutes that we have, okay? So, rites of passage again, ritos de paso. Of course, we don't have things that are as extreme as those in our society, but there are some rites of passage. There are some rites of passage, even if they aren't so ceremonial. Well, we have some ceremonial stuff, like for example, you know, Jewish boys in every country where Jewish people live, like for example in the United States, Jewish boys have bar mitzvahs, which mean they're passing into adulthood, ¿no? Tienen sus bar mitzvahs. No sé si han visto esa ceremonia en películas o cosas alguna vez. And we also have ceremonies that even if they aren't meant to be a passing from childhood to adulthood, inclusive si no están diseñadas para hacer un paso de la infancia a la adultez, pues de todas maneras, de alguna manera son ritos de paso que tienen alguna importancia en relación a la vida y significan algún cambio, ¿no? O así sean cosas menos formales y menos ceremoniales. For example, let's take a look at this. Unforgettable firsts, las primeras veces inolvidables. Your first sleepover, sorry, I forgot to share I don't know if I'm sharing the book with you. Let me just make sure. Yes. Okay, good. So, the first sleepover. What is the meaning of this? The first sleepover.
La primera pijamada.
That's right, very good. Losing your first tooth, diente, ¿no es cierto? Losing your first tooth. First day at school, first pet, first swim in the ocean. Do you remember do you remember losing your first tooth? Do you remember that? No? You don't remember losing your first tooth? I remember. No memory of that? Okay, so your first pet, your first crush. What is the meaning of this? Your first crush? What is the meaning of that?
Como que tu primera ilusión.
Primer amor imposible.
Sí, algo por ahí va, ¿no? Sí, es interesante porque antes esta palabra era muy poco, no la usaba nadie pues en español, ¿no? Aunque en inglés obviamente sí, pero hoy por hoy se ha vuelto más popular por los memes y las cosas, ¿no es cierto? El crush. But yeah, that's right. So the first people you feel really attracted to for some reason, that is your first crush. Do you remember how old were you when you had your first crush? Remember how old were you? No? How old were you when you had your first crush?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Okay, good. Now, a first trip with friends, high school graduation, first paycheck. Well, I don't know if you work. Maybe some of you work, maybe some of you don't. But yeah, their first paycheck, el primer cheque de pago, ¿no? Del salario. Incluso si no fue cheque, ¿no? Now, getting your driver's license. Do you have a driver's license? Do you have a driver's license? Maybe some of you do, maybe some of you don't. Entering college and your first heartbreak. Do you remember your first heartbreak?
Yes.
Not a nice memory, right? But yeah, probably you do. Okay, so unforgettable firsts. Now let's just do this listening. We are about to finish, guys. So let's just do this listening part. I was so immature. Immature. What is the meaning of immature?
Inmadura.
Yes, but notice something. En español ponemos una N y una M, ¿no es cierto? N y M. En inglés, en cambio, son dos M's. Y con mucha frecuencia tenemos palabras así. Por ejemplo, how do you say inmortal in English?
Immortal.
Yes, immortal. Exactly. And you spell it with a double M. Y se escribe con dos M's, ¿no? Immortal, pero no como en español inmortal, sino con doble M, ¿no? Immortal. Y así para varias otras palabras también. So, immortal, immoral, inmoral también sería con doble M, ¿no? Immature, things like that. Okay, very good. So I was so immature. Let's listen. Let's listen. Listen and read, please.
Unit 11, Rites of Passage. Page 72.
Can you hear the audio?
Yes, teacher.
Thank you.
Exercise 2. Conversation. I was so immature. Part A. Listen and practice.
Congratulations, graduate. What's next for my favorite nephew?
I'm your only nephew, Uncle Jim.
But you're still my favorite. Anyway, what are your plans?
I'm looking for a job so I can make some money before I go to college.
Ah, after I graduated, I went to Alaska to work as a fisherman. It was a tough job, but it helped me grow up.
How do you mean?
Until I started working, I'd never had any important responsibilities. I was so immature. But once I moved away from home, I had to learn to take care of myself.
So you became independent?
Yeah, but not for very long, actually. After 2 months, I moved back home, and got a job at your grandfather's store.
Hey, I think my search just ended. I'm going to talk to Grandpa about a job.
All right, very good. Now, questions about this conversation. Are there any words you don't know? Any vocabulary that is new to you? Is there anything new? No? Okay.
No.
All right, good. So let's take a look at this vocabulary that we have here, okay? So some useful time expressions, some useful time clauses. Some of them are very, very easy. Let's begin with the very easy ones. What is the meaning of before?
Antes.
What is the meaning of after?
Después.
Very good. What is the meaning of once? Once.
Una vez.
Una vez. That's right. So, and this helps us to speak about frequency. Yo me baño una vez al día. I bathe once a day. Or I take a shower once a day. Visito a mis padres una vez al mes. I visit my parents once a month. Una vez, ¿no? Pero también me sirve igual que en español como esto. Once I moved away from home, una vez que me mudé de casa, una vez que me fui de la casa, I learned to take care of myself. Aprendí a cuidarme a mí mismo, ¿no? Entonces, once se usa de esa manera también. Now, the moment, very easy, el momento, ¿no? The moment I moved away from home, el momento en el que me mudé de casa. Now, me salto, o veamos de una vez. What is the meaning of as soon as?
Tan pronto como.
Exactamente. That's right. Very good. Exactly. Tan pronto como. As soon as I got my own bank account, tan pronto como conseguí mi propia cuenta de banco, I started to be more responsible. Empecé a ser más responsables. Until. What is the meaning of until? Hasta. Very good. Until I moved to Alaska, I had never been away from home. Hasta que me mudé a Alaska, nunca había estado lejos de casa. Very good. Y este es interesante. By the time, for example, by the time I went to college, what is the meaning of by the time?
Para el momento o cuando.
Exactly, para el momento en el que eso pasó, para cuándo, ¿no es cierto? Para cuando fui a la universidad, para el momento en el que fui a la universidad, ¿sí? Para cuando fui a la universidad, I had already lived away from home. Yo ya había vivido lejos de casa. All right, very good, very good. So, take this vocabulary into account, especially if you didn't know it before. Tal vez dos que sean para algunos un poco nuevas serían el as soon as, tan pronto como, y by the time, para cuándo, ¿no es cierto? ¿Sí? Para cuando me gradúe, yo ya voy a tener tal edad, ¿no es cierto? By the time I graduate, I'll be 24, cosas así, ¿no es cierto? All right, very good. So now, let's just do this to finish, okay? Hagamos esto para terminar. Let's do this exercise and let's match column A and column B. Notice that in some cases, more than one answer might be possible, okay? So let's do that. Solo antes de continuar, aquí en la C, noten esto. I realized that I wasn't a child anymore. Realize es un falso amigo, tiene toda la pinta de ser realizar, ¿no es cierto? Y a veces sí se le usa así, pero con mucha más frecuencia, a lot more frequently, what is the meaning of realize? Do you know?
Darse cuenta.
Yes, darse cuenta. Darse cuenta de algo. Very good. So I realized that I wasn't a child anymore. Okay, so let's match. Let's match the two columns. Again, more than one answer might be possible. Okay, let's do that. If you have any questions about the vocabulary or anything, you can always ask me, okay? Okay, guys, let's check then some of your answers. Remember that more than one answer might be possible. What did you put in number one? Until I went to college?
A.
A, I learned the importance of teamwork. Could be, podría ser. Any other?
E.
E, I had never taken school very seriously. Yeah, that could be the best fit. Yeah, that's right. Hasta que fui a la universidad, nunca había tomado en serio a la escuela. Me mantengo en Spanglish, perdón. Nunca había tomado a la escuela muy seriamente, ¿no es cierto? Very good. Now, number two, before I became a parent, what do you have in there?
H.
H. I had never worried about the future. Could be. Yes, it could be a very good fit. Se ajusta bastante bien. That's right. Once I joined a sports team.
A.
A. I learned the importance of teamwork. Aprendí la importancia del trabajo en equipo. Very good. Now, number four. The moment I had a car accident.
B.
B. I understood why you shouldn't text and drive. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, probably the best one, right? And number five, as soon as I got my first paycheck, what did you put in this one?
F.
I began to understand the value of money. Yes, could be. That's right. By the time I was 15,
C.
I realized that I wasn't a child anymore. Yeah. Very good. Could be. After I began a relationship,
D.
I learned that love can hurt. Yes. Or also I had never worried about the future. Sí, cualquiera de las dos va bien, ¿no? Claro, la D es como la que, o sea, si cogemos a la D y vemos a la izquierda, es como que con la D la que mejor calza es la 7, ¿no? Pero para la 7 calzan muy bien también la D y la H, ¿no? All right, very good. Now, until I left home.
G.
G, I had never cooked a real meal. Correct. Very good, very good. So, yeah, that's it. That's it. So, remember again, this vocabulary is important, is very useful. So, as soon as, tan pronto como, until, hasta, by the time, para cuando, ¿no es cierto? Once, una vez, right? So, remember that, and keep that in mind for the assignments that we are going to have for this week. In a moment, I'm going to tell you everything that you have to do for this week, but please try not to leave your assignments for the last moment, okay? traten de ir distribuyendo los deberes que vemos a lo largo de la semana, porque dado que solo tenemos un día de clases a la semana y que son 5 horas, pues los trabajos que tenemos, pues les mando de una vez para el próximo sábado, pero traten de irles distribuyendo, ¿sí? Procuren no dejar todo para cuando ya se acerca, para cuando ya está súper cerca el sábado, o hacer todos los deberes del viernes, ¿no? Procuren irlos haciendo a lo largo de la semana para que no se estresen y para que puedan hacerlo mejor también. All right? So keep that in mind, everybody, and I'll see you next class. I'll see you next Saturday. Have a very nice week, and thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you, teacher.
Teacher, goodbye.
You're welcome, everybody. Thank you. You're welcome, everybody. Goodbye.
Hi, teacher.
Goodbye, everybody. You're welcome.